in 2025. In that single year, Nigerian months documented at least 6,518 people killed, 3,033 people abducted, and 1,078 recorded mass atrocity incidents. Once again, the northern part of the country emerged as the epicenter of violence. Killings and abductions by zone. Violence spread across the country, but states were hit hardest. While banditry and insurgency remained the major drivers of violence, Nigeria faced a wild range of deadly attacks in 2025, alongside reprisal attacks, communal clashes, extrajudicial killings, and other forms of violence. In what has become a consistent and disturbing pattern, civilians were the primary victims. 9 out of 10 victims whose details were captured were men, but women and children were also killed, and poor data continues to hide the full scale of their suffering. These are not just statistics, they represent families torn apart, communities destroyed, and futures cut short. Poor documentation and limited information continues to weaken the protection efforts and shape inadequate responses to mass atrocities in Nigeria. Nigerian months document these realities so that lives lost are not forgotten and accountability can no longer be ignored.
My name is Elizabeth Alum from Eza Effiong. I ran out due to community crisis in my village. In my village, lots of properties were destroyed. We escaped death by whiskers. I escaped with nothing on me. I had nothing on me. It is by God's grace and people's support that we are still surviving today. People's properties were destroyed. I just had a piece of wrapper tied to my chest as I ran out that day. My business store was destroyed and all the items I was selling, all got burnt. I used to sell wares, male and female. None was spared, all destroyed as a result of this conflict. A lot of people lost their lives, so also their properties. Few of those I can mention include my husband's brother by name Monday Alum, also Sunday Nwaji, Kolo Baby, pastor and his sisters. So many lives were lost, I can't name them all.
Sunana Falmata Bakura. Mun zo daga kasan Marte. Ran da mun tashi gaskiya mun sha wahala sosai, sun kore mu har ba riga muka fita. Yaran mu ma har kusan kwana biyu tukuna muka haɗu da su. Amma cikin kwanan nan alhamdulillah mun samu sauki kaɗan, mun zo nan mun samu an mana taimako kaɗan, alhamdulillah mun gode ma Allah. Amma har yanzu kan abun ranmu kan har yanzu ba mu samu wahala kan har yanzu akwai a ciki. Har akwai yayana ma wanda suka kashe. Abin da suka yi mana har abin ba za mu taɓa ya abin nan mantawa ba. Har mu gama rayuwarmu ba za mu manta ba, gaskiya har yayanmu ma sun kashe mana a gabanmu. Kuma mutum wai bai kalla ba, mutum ma zai haɗa kai shi.
My name is Omotosho Peter. I'm from Rifo Osun State, or local government. So I'm a mobile technician. So this my shop here. It was burned down during a war that occurred between two towns, Ifon and Ilugu. So everything in the shop was destroyed. So how this incident happened? So I went home in the evening That's evening. So when I got home in the middle of the night, in the midnight, so I was informed that my shop is being burned. So in the morning I have to quickly wake up and go check. So when I get there, they are already shooting anyone that is disturbing them. So no one could even get to the shop to know what's happening. So as everything settled, so we had to check everything and we found out everything was burnt. Everything was burnt. So
Humble Sunday Warrior. My name is Sunday Warrior, businessman, popularly called Trailer. As a result of the crisis, I lost a lot of my properties. I lost my house. I lost my car. Everything on me. I was evacuating people with my vehicle to save their lives, such that I never rescued anything from my own house. Many people died, including those that were buried alive. The crisis is still ongoing since 2021. Due to this conflict, people are dying of hunger as people can't go to their farms again. And vehicles that used to come to buy and convey goods from Effium to other parts of the country can't come again, and people are suffering, with many displaced and sleeping in open places. The internally displaced persons have no places to stay, talk more of food to eat.
Mass atrocities have become a worrying and constantly evolving reality in Nigeria. While many Nigerians have grown accustomed to daily reports of pillaged communities and violent attacks, the human cost of insecurity continues to rise. For thousands of families, violence have become a daily reality in 2025. In that single year, Nigerian months documented at least 6,518 people killed, 3,033 people abducted, and 1,078 recorded mass atrocity incidents. Once again, the northern part of the country emerged as the epicenter of violence. Killings and abductions by zone. Violence spread across the country, but states were hit hardest. While banditry and insurgency remained the major drivers of violence, Nigeria faced a wild range of deadly attacks in 2025, alongside reprisal attacks, communal clashes, extrajudicial killings, and other forms of violence. In what has become a consistent and disturbing pattern, civilians were the primary victims. 9 out of 10 victims whose details were captured were men, but women and children were also killed, and poor data continues to hide the full scale of their suffering. These are not just statistics, they represent families torn apart, communities destroyed, and futures cut short. Poor documentation and limited information continues to weaken the protection efforts and shape inadequate responses to mass atrocities in Nigeria. Nigerian months document these realities so that lives lost are not forgotten and accountability can no longer be ignored.
Aha m bụ Elizabeth Alụma.
My name is Elizabeth Alum from Eza Effium. I ran out due to community crisis in my village. In my village, lots of properties were destroyed. We escaped death by whiskers. I escaped with nothing on me. I had nothing on me. It is by God's grace and people's support that we are still surviving today. People's properties were destroyed. I just had a piece of wrapper tied to my chest as I ran out that day. My business store was destroyed and all the items I was selling, all got burnt. I used to sell wear, male and female. None was spared, all destroyed as a result of this conflict. A lot of people lost their lives, so also their properties. Few of those I can mention include my husband's brother by name Monday Alum, also Sunday Nwaji, Kolo Baby, pastor and his sisters. So many lives were lost. I can't name them all.
Sunana Falmata Bakura. Mun zo daga ƙasar Marte. Ran da mun tashi gaskiya mun sha wahala sosai, sun kore mu har ba riga muka fita. Yaran mu ma har kusan kwana biyu tukun da muka haɗu da su. Amma cikin kwanan nan alhamdulillah mun samu sauki kaɗan, mun zo nan mun samu an mana taimako kaɗan, alhamdulillah mun gode ma Allah. Amma har yanzu kan abun ranmu kan har yanzu ba mu samu wahala kan har yanzu akwai a ciki. Har akwai yayana ma wanda suka kashe. Abin da suka yi mana har abin ba za mu taɓa abin nan mantawa ba. Har mu gama rayuwarmu ba za mu manta ba. Gaskiya har yayanmu ma sun kashe mana a gabanmu. Kuma mutum wai bai kalla ba, mutum ma zai haɗa kai shi.
My name is Omotosho Peter. I'm from Osun State, local government. So I'm a mobile technician. So this my shop here. It was burned down during a war that occurred between two towns, Ifon and Ilogu. So everything in the shop was destroyed. So how this incident happened? So I went home in the evening. That's evening. So when I got home in the middle of the night, in the midnight, so I was informed that my shop is being burned. So in the morning I have to quickly wake up and go check. So when I get there, they are already shooting anyone that is disturbing them. So no one could even get to the shop to know what's happening. So as everything settled, so we had to check everything and we found out everything was burnt. Everything was burnt. So
Aha m bụ Sunday Warrior. My name is Sunday Warrior, a businessman popularly called Trailer. As a result of the crisis, I lost a lot of my properties. I lost my house. I lost my car. Everything on me. I was evacuating people with my vehicle to save their lives, such that I never rescued anything from my own house. Many people died, including those that were buried alive. The crisis is still ongoing since 2021. Due to this conflict, people are dying of hunger as people can't go to their farms again. And vehicles that used to come to buy and convey goods from Effium to other parts of the country can't come again, and people are suffering, with many displaced and sleeping in open places. The internally displaced persons have no places to stay, talk more of food to eat.
Nigeria, Africa's most populous country with a population of over 204 million people, enjoys a diverse emerging market and a growing economy worth more than $500 billion. From the highlands of the north to the tropics of the south, her beauty demands to be experienced, just like her resources demand exploitation. Despite being rich in culture and a vast amount of natural resources, Nigeria struggles with her biggest resource, its human resource. Corruption, insecurity, insurgency, terrorism, and a myriad of atrocities continually mitigate growth in every part of the country, and the people have nowhere to run.
Borno State is one of the most beautiful parts of this country, the entire northeast region. You think about the different cultures, the Kanuris, the Hausas, the Fulanis, all living peacefully together, all the ethnic groups. When you think about the activities that went on in the Chad, Lake Chad region, it was really the food basket in Nigeria.
These mass atrocities continually spread, threatening the entire country, with the numbers of lives lost at an alarming rate. Silence is no longer an option. Northeastern Nigeria, the center of operation of some of the nation's deadliest cult gangs and the epicenter of the longest insurgency and humanitarian crisis in the nation's history.
The Boko Haram insurgency started with a Muslim group advocating or speaking about, issues around marginalization and just neglect from the authorities in their communities, gathering communities and people together to be able to share, ideologies and ideas of how they think their communities can progress better.
A decade of armed violence has destroyed the lives and the livelihood of thousands of civilians, causing mass displacement across the region. At least 27,000 people have been killed, and more than 2 million have fled their villages since the beginning of the insurgency crisis.
Kuma daga Maiduguri ne zuwa nan. Na zo anan daga Maiduguri ba abin da ya kawo ni, akan fada ne na kawo ni anan Maiduguri, daga Maiduguri. Yanzu anan ma bandan abba na ina mama na nan ma ban sani ba ne. Akan me ne duk Boko Haram ne ya zo ya kore ni a wurin. Amma ba wanda zai mana taimako zai gyara wurin mana babu. Lokacin da ni suna shiga nan, ni ina ɗakina ne amma ni da mutane na suna tare. Ya riga ya su ya kore mu ne, mu gudu mu fita, ni kuma na fita hanya daban ne. Kuma taimakon ma a hanya ne na fita ma da yunwa da abu ne na zo na shiga hanna.
According to the United Nations Organization for Crisis and Humanitarian Assistance, at least 8 million people in this region will require humanitarian assistance in 2021. The conflict and its resulting humanitarian crisis are the latest additions to a deadly cocktail that had been brewing long before the first terrorist attack in 2009. Before the insurgency crisis, the Northeast had some of the worst human development indicators in Nigeria. A 2016 report by the World Bank found that the Northeast was the only region that had not reported a reduction in the incidence of poverty between 2004 to 2013.
The Northeast part of Nigeria and the Lake Chad region is as a result of social, economic, environmental and religious factors intertwined together to create and sustain the combustible mixture that has resulted in deaths of thousands of people and displacement of millions of people in the region.
That region is one of the poorest in Nigeria, has the lowest educational level in Nigeria, and then coupled with climate change, which led to the shrinking of Lake Chad and of religious extremism, which is largely built from the inequity that the people in the region suffered in looking for hope and in looking for governance, that religious extremism started to take place in there.
Of recent, it seems that they've reached a sort of a détente, that there are areas that belong to Boko Haram, there are areas that belong to the Nigerian state, as it were. And the Nigerian state appears to have given up the countryside, especially in Borno states, to the insurgents.
During the same period, the Northeast was reported to have had a shrinking middle class, resulting in the largest increase in income inequality in Nigeria. The prevalence of multidimensional poverty as a leading causal factor of the crisis in the Northeast cannot be overstated. However, the presence of religious extremists was another factor. Boko Haram, known in Arabic as Jumatu al-Sunnah Lidawati wal Jihad, meaning people committed to the propagation of the Prophet's teaching and jihad, was formed in Maiduguri, the capital of northeastern Borno State. It is believed that the group was founded around 2001 by Muhammad Yusuf. As has been the case across other regions in the country, the radicalization of the group began after Nigerian authorities tried to use force to subdue it. Yusuf was murdered by the Nigerian police force in broad daylight while phone cameras were filming.
The killing of their leader, Muhammad Yusuf, in broad daylight with his body slain across the streets really agitated people and fueled a lot of anger that has turned into the uncontrollable circumstances that people are living in the Northeast region today.
He was shot at a close range while seated with his hands bound behind him. The first terrorist attack in the region happened shortly after Yusuf was killed. As the spate of attacks increased, the Nigerian army would raid villages and carry out brutal attacks against innocent civilians who they suspected were members of Boko Haram. In this manner, thousands of young men disappeared. In their reasoning, if they were not killed or conscripted into the insurgency, they were covert members who spied and acted as runners for the group. With a high incidence of poverty and a war raging between Boko Haram and the Nigerian army, many indigents became increasingly desperate, and others sought to exact revenge against the military for arresting, disappearing, or killing their innocent loved ones. It became relatively easy to recruit new members to join Boko Haram because the group promised payments to its members. The alternative would have been to wallow in extreme poverty or possibly end up killed by the Nigerian army.
The Nigerian government itself was complicit in the atrocities that led to the growth of the demon called Boko Haram today.
Nigeria has a habit of rewarding men with guns who can bring violence to bear. So if we reward men with guns, why not pick up your own gun and get your seat at the table?
As the group became more radical, it began to receive support from other international terrorist groups. And as the Nigerian government pumped in more arms and money to the region to combat Boko Haram, the stronger the gang grew.
After the Dapchi kidnaps, when huge ransoms were paid, there was a surge in Boko Haram activity shortly after. So it's not a stretch to link such an action and such payments to purchase of new weapons, and the ability to pay fighters, and the ability to import fighters.
While the gang struggled to fight off the Nigerian army, tension was brewing within its ranks, adding another dimension to the crisis in the Northeast. Dissidents within Boko Haram broke off in 2016 to form ISWAP, or the Islamic State in West African Province. The region has since been thrown into a war triangle, with Boko Haram fighting against the Nigerian government and ISWAP, the Nigerian government fighting both gangs, and the ISWAP fighting against both the Nigerian government and Boko Haram. In northeast Nigeria, the enemy of your enemy is not your friend. Since the Boko Haram insurgency began, every year, thousands of Nigerians are displaced across the country.
People have been serially displaced. So you're displaced first by some herdsmen attacking you. Then a flood comes, whatever little thing you manage to gather, it takes you away. Now the attacks are back on, and no one is talking. Nobody's really saying much.
While most are displaced due to perennial violence, some are due to environmental disasters such as desertification, floods, erosion, all which are often preventable or could have been managed more effectively. The Middle Belt region of Nigeria is fast becoming the epicenter of this crisis, with a mix of both natural and man-made disasters. There is a general misconception that the crisis in Nigeria's Middle Belt is a new phenomenon. However, nothing could be further from the truth. Amnesty International describes the crisis in the Middle Belt as a stark manifestation of decades of lack of good governance and opacity within the security forces, on top of underlying climate and human challenges. The key word here being decades.
The North Central in particular, you have communal conflicts. You have what has come to be termed herder-farmer conflicts. Sometimes they call it clashes, but in many cases you find a situation, because in the last few years what has come out in the lexicon is they call them terrorist headsmen or militant headsmen attacks. And although they are termed clashes by many publications internationally and even locally, what tends to happen is you have basically a decimation. You have a flood of people who just come in and attack a community, typically a farming community.
A lot of the conflicts in Nigeria now are actually resource conflicts that are taking on another form.
The Middle Belt conflicts have been ongoing for nearly 40 years now. The recent resurgence is an intensification of a prolonged battle over access to resources, including water, land, and pasture.
Benue State is a farmland. It's a state that is considered the food basket of the nation, where food is produced in large quantities. It's basically predominantly occupied by farmers. So it is also the green vegetation that attracts those herdsmen to come in, and they have taken over communities in the quest to settle on the lands that are green to feed their cattle.
They have weapons and then nothing happens, they go about with it, and then they feel they will expand, and then the people, the origins, those who belong to the land should make way for their heads.
Like the region, the conflicts in the Middle Belt are multi-layered and complex. On one hand, the conflicts are largely over access to pasture, as herders are being pushed further south in search of land for their cattle to graze. This has become necessary due to increasing levels of environmental degradation and desertification, both resulting from climate change. On the other hand, ethnic and religious schisms, exacerbated by indigent settler policies, unregulated mining, a problematic land use act, and justice failures all add up in a recipe for disaster. To deter incalcitrant herds from destroying their crops, farmer communities have previously resorted to poisoning streams of water where herders took their flock to drink, or employ other violent tactics. When cows die, herders tend to attack the culprit communities. In other cases, farming communities have hired mercenaries to carry out reprisal attacks against herders. In both instances, it is important to note that neither side trusts law enforcement or the justice system to intervene justly and in a timely manner. The mercenaries and other opportunistic bandits, while carrying out these attacks, steal cattle from herders and travel across borders to sell them. The reprisal attacks against herding communities and theft of cattle further exacerbates the conflict as herdsmen go out of their way to exact revenge. And so the cycle goes. However, rather than back down, the herders began acquiring sophisticated weapons, and the attacks against farming communities became more consistent, resulting in the crisis we experience now.
It was on Sunday. I am very young lad. Do a mao from time you showing the two for an Robuka, Bamson, Lumugapa, is na Yamaka Mukasha, ne Yamkin. But Tam came na ne Yanina, only the Yatu, but my Tam came on who has a na can use ne ya, only Namukasha. Na ya Lan Shima, Okan require we get quiet and follow that to Buka.
In late February 2016, a series of attacks believed to be committed in retaliation for the killing of cows belonging to the predominantly Fulani herders led to a series of massacres in Agatu, Benue State. These incidents led to thousands of people displaced from their homes to IDP camps all around the country as their land and houses were burnt down and people murdered.
Since 2011, we have been displaced under our in our neighboring community Egba in 2011, and I cannot be able to go there and settle in my place because if you go to my place now, our community is totally burnt down by the Egba community. So since 2011, we reside in Obagadi. This is where we are staying.
Fulani militia are responsible for some of the attacks, which are mostly around the riverine areas where the farmers are residing. And also, more persistently, it is communal crisis. They have been displaced from time and time again as a result of attacks on each other. And this are for reasons of land dispute. And for over 10 years, some people have been living away.
Agatu is a very remote location. It's not an easy place to get to. So when the attacks happened, first to even get information was not very easy. You know, we didn't really know. So the communities, people who worked in the space, NGO workers, said there was this number of people killed. Then next thing you know, the authorities come out and say, no, it was only, and debunk. So again, we're not keeping track. We don't have data. And then we play these games with numbers, So if there's one person dead, the authorities should not say only one person died. One person dead is one person too many.
While people have tensions, which is bound to come up in any society, they've been exacerbated because of the failure of the authorities to actually ensure that there is accountability when any sort of violence takes place. And so people started giving it various definitions. You hear one day that it's an attack against Christians or it's an attack against minorities. It's just one thing to the other, and that's really because it's been allowed to fester.
This is why I'm here, because I was displaced by a neighboring village. There's a conflict, that is a war. And I left that place since about 5 years back. Since when I came here, I have no means of living. I have 3 wives and 17 children. My children are not able to go to school because even to feed is, I find it very difficult. How can I talk about educating my children?
The Aguilar community is filled up with almost about 15,000 IDPs who have been displaced from across 11 communities within Agatu. And the situation doesn't seem to be improving.
The Agatu situation is sad, but that's the situation across a lot of the Middle Belt, a lot of the country, where we seem to have just given up, really. And you just hear about these, we killed XYZ bandits in so places. But if you're killing them, how come they're still able to attack?
The indigene-settler clash adds another dimension to the conflict in the Middle Belt.
Nigef ne Daka Makudi local government. Chokwa embalu hwe yanu furani Hitu 14 wurusha mwaya tankara nyi yang ula juji. Nge furani ba zinase sisa chisi duwe. Na nsewiya akaya hama kwachi yambi bihi na asi duwe. Ngenzanza seba pacho hide yemenga kacho kya ine bembalu hwe jalo.
In Plateau State, for instance, the population is made up of ethnic groups who are predominantly Christian. These are considered to be indigenes of the capital city of Jos. The predominantly Muslim Hausa and Fulani ethnic groups are considered to be settlers or non-indigenes and so do not enjoy certain privileges, such as access to political, economic, and communal resources. These divisions, which are largely ethno-religious in nature, have led to some violent clashes between indigenes and settlers in the Middle Belt. A third dimension to this conflict is the rapid growth of agrarian, herding, and mining activities in the region. This problem is further worsened by the fact that the land is also rapidly degrading while population growth is on the rise, leading to more mouths and fewer resources to make that happen. As the violence rages on, its impact on agriculture, livestock, and trade cannot be overlooked in the Middle Belt, which is essential to the country's food production. The resultant IDP and humanitarian crisis also portends more challenges for the country as thousands of unaccompanied minors continue to roam the streets of Nigeria and will very likely end up as the perpetrators or casualties of these perennial conflicts. While farming communities in the Middle Belt continue to be ravaged by gangs of armed herdsmen, the northwestern region continues to be under attack by a gang of bandits. In recent years, bandits in the northwest have become headline staples for kidnapping, armed robbery, murder, rape, cattle rustling, and the exploitation of environmental resources.
These are attacks on southern Kaduna, and they have spanned for so long. Before I was born, and I'm 30 years old, has there ever been a time when southern Kaduna was not under attack?
Their activities, like those of Boko Haram and the killer headsmen, have resulted in the deaths and displacement of tens of thousands. These gang of bandits also seem to have symbiotic relationships with the header gangs in the Middle Belt and Boko Haram in the northeast. Sometimes they are hybrids of either.
Those old men where they not feel run to go anywhere, they kill them. Plus the children, we no grow rich anywhere, they kill them. Plus the pregnant women where they not go fit run, go anywhere, they also kill them.
So many atrocities have happened in Nigeria over the years, and the perpetrators are not punished. It only feeds the cycle.
Sometimes we tend to have these conversations with very big, flowery words, but let's come back to the reality on ground that our people are dying.
Nigeria is under a severe internal and security threat with political, economic, and environmental dimensions. Each of these variances has critically affected the stability of the nation and can be traced back to many factors in which the Fulani herdsmen appear to be a key reason.
The issue of insecurity in the Northwest emanated firstly from Zamfara around 2010, and it started as a result of misunderstanding between the farmers and the herders on land usage, where the farmers are complaining that the Fulanis are encroaching their farmland, while the Fulanis are complaining that the farmers are encroaching their grazing land. That was basically the genesis of the
Good morning. Yeah, okay. I think we're all settled now.
Good morning, distinguished guests, members of the Steering Committee of the Community of Practice Against Mass Atrocities in Nigeria, our co-chairs, Ms. A. Jonathan and Mr. Ken Henshaw, Steering Committee member, Mr. Red Zijugo. We also acknowledge our keynote speaker representing the Executive Secretary of the National Human Rights Commission, Dr. Benedict Agu. Development partners, representatives from government ministries, departments, and agencies, welcome. It is my honor to welcome you all to this conflict-specific dialogue, marking the ninth National Day of Mourning and Remembrance. Our theme today is the value of a Nigerian life, memory, accountability, and the politics of preventable death. We gather in a moment that is both necessary and difficult. Necessary because too many lives have been lost in ways that are preventable. Difficult because behind every statistic, we reference a person, a child, a parent, a sibling, and a friend. Across different parts of Nigeria, from Benue to Borno, Plateau to Zamfara, and many other parts of the country, Nigerians continue to experience violence, insecurity, abductions, and preventable death on a scale that is persistent, recurring, and in many cases, predictable. According to our data, at least 6,518 Nigerians were killed in incidents of mass atrocities in 2025 alone, with thousands of lives lost the years before that. The National Day of Mourning and Remembrance was established in 2018 as a citizens-led initiative to express solidarity and demand accountability for the security and welfare of all Nigerians. Part of the reason this movement began was because for a long time, many of these deaths were happening without adequate documentation, without national attention, and oftentimes without accountability. There was a serious absence of accessible, independent data tracking patterns of violent killings and mass atrocities across the country. In many instances, Nigerians were left to rely almost entirely on official figures, despite clear gaps in reporting and documentation. Over the years, that gap in documentation became impossible to ignore. The National Day of Mourning also emerged from the conviction that Nigeria cannot continue to absorb mass loss of life without collective reflection, accountability, and consequence. Today's dialogue is confrontational in the most necessary sense. We're asking questions about the value of a Nigerian life in practice, about how we build accountability in a context where preventable death has become recurring, and about what it means for citizens, institutions, and leaders to respond not only after tragedy, but before it repeats. The National Day of Mourning exists to remember the dead and to insist that the living cannot continue to inherit the consequences of silence, delay, and inaction. On May 28 each year, Nigerians are called to pause, to wear black as a symbol of collective mourning, and to observe a minute of silence in recognition of lives lost to violence and insecurity in Nigeria. Because a society that cannot pause to acknowledge its losses will eventually struggle to protect its living. Today's dialogue brings together voices from different sectors and perspectives, and we are grateful for your presence and participation. We hope these conversations pushes us to think about what is happening, why it continues to happen, and what must change. I look forward to today's conversation, and I thank you all for being here once again. Thank you. So that was just an opener to give us a bit of background into what the NDOM is, that's National Day of Mourning, how we came to be, and how this particular conversation is important. There's still a lot that's going to happen today. We'll get into more detail, more technical detail, and also more practical realities of what is happening in Nigeria today, and explore ways that we can address this problem and make it a national conversation rather than one that's restricted to spaces of civil society, activists, and advocates. So please, next item on the agenda is the welcome address, and that will be taken by the co-chair of the Community of Practice Against Mass Atrocities in Nigeria, Mr. Ken Henshaw. Please let's welcome him.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'll first apologize for not being in black, but I'm comforted by the fact that there are other people wearing white, brown, and other colors in the room. It's not for a lack of empathy, it's just because I didn't quite get the memo on time. My name is Ken Henshaw. I'm the co-chair of the Community of Practice Against Mass Atrocities in Nigeria. Myself and my sister E.A. Jonathan, chair that community of practice. Before I read the very short speech I've put down, I think it's respectful if I ask that we all rise and observe 1 minute at least of silence. While we stand, let's remember the countless Nigerians who have died this year alone on account of the atrocities going on across the country. May their souls rest in the bosom of the Creator. Please be seated. Distinguished friends and colleagues, on behalf of the Community of Practice Against Mass Atrocities in Nigeria, I welcome you to this conflict-specific dialogue with the theme, The Value of a Nigerian Life, Mourning, Accounting, and the Politics of Preventable Death. This event is organized as part of activities all over the country to commemorate the 2026 National Day of Mourning. I honestly wish that I was welcoming you to this meeting under better circumstances. I wish that this was a meeting where we were gathered to review a report on how the security situation in the country has significantly increased, or something better, something more pleasing. It is not honorable to stand here and reel out figures, because those figures carry the pain, anger, and the anguish of 200 million Nigerians. Ladies and gentlemen, the National Day of Mourning was first commemorated in 2019, following a noticeable rise in mass killings and other atrocious acts across the country. We were deeply concerned that, because the killings were not only rising in their numbers, consistency, and brutality, they were also marked by a disturbing lack of alarm or action by the government and its law enforcement apparatus. So we launched the Nigerian Mourn as a counter-culture to the prevailing culture of the government, where it seemed that there was no emergency or empathy. Mourning was our way of waking a sleeping government, personifying the victims, and demanding accountability. Overall, mourning was our way of reaffirming our humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria mourns, and the National Day of Mourning was never conceived in 2019 as a permanent platform. We didn't conceive it as something that would last for 8 years, 10 years, or ad infinitum. When we started, we had imagined that our modest effort will jerk the government into action. We imagined that the attention our actions drew to the escalating threat of atrocious killings across the country would be enough to kick some sense into the government and force the government to take action. Unfortunately, it did not. Today, the 21st of May 2026, exactly 8 years after the first National Day of Mourning, we are still mourning, we are still documenting, and we are still demanding accountability. Nigeria's insecurity crisis continues to reflect patterns consistent with widespread and systemic violence against civilian populations. Ladies and gentlemen, it's interesting to note that between 2019 and 2026, at least 40,411 people were killed, while no fewer than 23,187 persons were abducted across the country, underscoring the scale and persistence of insecurity affecting communities and people nationwide. It's also important to note that despite President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's pre-election commitment and promise to improving national security, available data indicates that insecurity has remained severe since the commencement of the current administration in 2023. Within this period alone, that is the Buhari period, at least 19,980 people have been reportedly killed and 12,362 abducted in incidents linked to violent attacks and mass atrocities across Nigeria. These figures remain deeply alarming for a country that we officially maintain is not at war. Even in countries plagued by civil unrest, plagued by civil wars, the numbers do not get this high. Current trends this year, between 2025 and 2026, further demonstrate an escalating humanitarian and protection crisis across the country, with at least 10,615 persons reportedly killed and 4,607 abducted within 2025 and 2026. The violence continues to be driven by multiple armed actors operating across different regions of the country, whether they are insurgent groups, armed bandits, separatists, militias, and communal armed groups, resulting in widespread displacement, destruction of livelihoods, and growing civilian vulnerabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important to note that as days pass, the killings have become more daring, more regular, and more horrific, raising troubling questions about the sanity and humanity of the perpetrators, but also reinforcing the need to account for the unnecessary death of Nigerians. For too long, the demand for accountability for atrocious killings in Nigeria have been weakened by the lack of any real information on the victims. It seems, sadly, that numbers and statistics have replaced the value of life and the need to account for every soul we lose in atrocious circumstances. The community of practice is deeply, deeply concerned that slowly but certainly, the granting of amnesty to criminals under whatever guise is replacing actual law enforcement. It is a worrying trend that the primary response of our law enforcement system to atrocious killings and other criminalities is an invitation to criminals to accept a blanket amnesty which absolves them of any liability or prosecution for crimes they commit. It's also important to note that those amnesty could be the ones extended to militia groups in the Niger Delta, but also extended to militant groups in the Northeast, where they are reformed and asked to be reintegrated into communities that they previously destroyed. With such amnesties, no further effort is made to secure justice for the victims and closure for their loved ones. Communities that have been victims of gang violence are forced to accept their assailants as esteemed members of the community. As previous amnesties, including the ones in the Niger Delta, have shown, this is not a sustainable model. The approach of buying off atrocious killings through ill-thought-out amnesties or any other form of pardon fails to address the underlying drivers of killings. At best, it takes pressure off law enforcement and permits the government to close case files that should be investigated and pardon people that should be prosecuted. In recent years, we noticed that the perpetrators of atrocious crimes have become more daring, more bestial, and more murderous. They openly flog and torture their victims, and we see this all over social media. Shoot and behead, and do so with a live camera rolling to document their atrocities. They even send memos to their victims, pre-informing them of attacks. In some cases, they no longer bother to hide their identities. It would seem that they know that they have overwhelmed Nigeria's security forces. Ladies and gentlemen, we repeat that the primary responsibility of government is the protection of the lives and welfare of its people. It is for this reason that the social contract is a defining moment for participatory democracy. It is the accepted notion that governments all over the world are established to protect the people and provide for their well-being. It is also why it is believed that any government that fails in this regard has failed in the essence of its existence. With the rising numbers of killings across the country, it is evident that every agency of government with responsibility in this regard has clearly performed below expectation. It is important to note that the police in particular is at a loss as to what to do, completely overwhelmed by these occurrences. We admit at the Community of Practice that the Nigerian police is thoroughly ill-equipped and perhaps even unwilling to deal with the rising atrocities in the country. Not only is the country under police, we also know that, that even the insufficient police officers in the country have been privatized to the extent that private individuals and government officials appropriate them for their personal individual security. A significant percentage of our police are posted to VIPs at the expense of public policing, despite the recent pronouncement by the Inspector General of Police. Ladies and gentlemen, for us at the Community of Practice, even more important is the fact that our system has seemingly accepted the atrocious murder of citizens as normal. For this reason, there is no demand for accountability, no documentation, and no investigation into deaths. Immediately the deaths happen, the cases are simply closed as long as the president issues the normal statement viciously condemning the killing and describing the perpetrators as criminal elements. That's all that happens. The cases are closed. Under various guises, deaths are dismissed and deleted from history and institutional memory. This is not only morally wrong and barbaric, but it's also demeaning to the people who are left behind and a violation of our collective fundamental rights. In tracking and documenting the killings across the country since 2019, we at the Community of Practice have made deliberate effort to go beyond the headlines and dig deeper to know the personalities of these citizens that have been killed and the circumstances that have led to their death. We understand that these are brothers, sisters. These are people with loved ones. These are people with aspirations and dreams. These are people whose lives have been cut short, and we understand that there will be no closure to their families until their deaths are accounted for. Again, as citizens, we remind our government that at every level, that the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria states that the security and welfare of the people shall be the primary purpose of government. Currently, it does not seem to be the case. Our protection and our welfare is no longer the primary purpose of government. We hope that this conversation today will be enough to kick the government to wake up to its responsibility and start taking action. We hope that this will lead to a national conversation demanding accountability, demanding security, demanding an end to the killings. The government needs to act now. Once again, welcome to this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that very insightful presentation. The government needs to act now. Okay, so we are moving on with the agenda. Before we take the keynote address, we have a quick goodwill remark that would listen to very shortly. Representing the Director General of the Institute of Peace and Conflict Resolution, please welcome the Principal Research Officer, Ms. Amina Zemo. Let's welcome her now.
Good morning. It's really great to be here today. I'm here on behalf of my Director General, Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution, Dr. Joseph Ochogu. At this important conflict-specific dialogue series organized by Global Rights, themed The Value of a Nigerian Life, Mourning, Accountability, and the Politics of Preventable Deaths. On behalf of the Director General and the entire management and staff of the Institute, I commend Global Rights for convening this timely and thought-provoking engagement. The theme speaks directly to one of the most pressing concerns confronting our nation today: the urgent need to reaffirm the sanctity of human life and strengthen collective responsibility toward the protection of citizens. In every society, the true measure of governance, justice, and peace lies in the value placed on human life. The recurring incidences of violence, insecurity, communal conflicts, and preventable deaths across different parts of the country challenge us all to reflect deeply on the systems, attitudes, and responses that shape the public accountability and human security. As an institution committed to peace building, conflict prevention, management, and resolution, the Institute for Peace and Conflict Resolution recognizes that sustainable peace cannot be achieved without justice, empathy, inclusion, and responsive institutions. Dialogue platforms such as this are essential for fostering honest conversations, strengthening civic engagement, and promoting policy responses that prioritize human dignity and national cohesion. We therefore encourage all stakeholders present, government institutions, civil society organizations, community leaders, the media, development partners, and citizens, I believe we're all here today, to continue working collaboratively toward building a society where every Nigerian life is valued, protected, and treated with dignity. It is our hope that the deliberations from this dialogue will generate practical recommendations capable of advancing accountability, preventing violence, and promoting a culture of peace and human security in Nigeria. Once again, I thank Global Rights for this noble initiative and wish all participants fruitful and impactful deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. It's now time for a keynote address. Representing Chief Dr. Anthony Ojukwu, SAN OFR, Executive Secretary of National Human Rights Commission. Please let us welcome Dr. Benedict Agu.
Thank you. Noya against the name. Good morning, distinguished mourners. Is it not what we are for today? So the response is not to. Good morning, distinguished mourners. Thank you. Thank you. It's not just to make our gathering sarcastic, but to amplify the issue of the day. Permit me to once more bring you warm greetings from the Executive Secretary of National Human Rights Commission, the very #1 human rights defender in Nigeria, Dr. Tony Ojukwu, Officer of the Federal Republic, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, who actually is unavoidably absent because of an earlier scheduled engagement. I am Dr. Benedict Agu. I double as Special Assistant to the Executive Secretary and Head of the Monitoring Department of the Commission. I will just use the protocol ably established by NOYA to present the keynote address. I speak before you this morning not primarily as the Executive Secretary of the National Human Rights Commission. I speak as a fellow Nigerian, a fellow citizen of a country that has, so to speak, buried its dead for too often and resumed its normal activities as though nothing of consequence has happened. Today is the National Day of Mourning. It is a day on which we do something that ought to be unremarkable in a democracy. We pause, we refuse to look away, and we say, with the full authority of our institutions and the full weight of our grief and sorrow, that the lives lost to violence in this country will not be reduced to incident reports, nor abandoned into silent arithmetic of national statistics. I think Ken made allusion to that also. So, but why we must mourn is the case here now. More than 34,000, please take that away for value, have been killed in incidents linked to mass atrocities in the last 5 years. These are not figures, they are biographies. They are the farmer who left at dawn and did not return at dusk, the school child whose desk now sits empty, the mother whose name is of a village but recorded nowhere in the National Register, the worshipper whose final prayer was interrupted by gunfire, the young woman taken from her dormitory and held for ransom on the open market of her own country. What does it say about a society or about us that we are able to speak these numbers without breaking? That is the question this day of mourning compares to ask. And it is the question this dialogue has been convened to answer. The right to life as a fundamental claim. The theme of this convening, the right to life, a human right imperative against mass atrocities, is a constitutional and a moral claim of the highest order, and it deserves to be treated as such. Section 33, Section 1 of the Constitution provides in unambiguous terms that every person has a life to rights. Article 4 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which Nigeria has ratified, domesticated, and affirmed that human beings are inviolable, and every human being shall be entitled to respect for his life. Article 6 of International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights describes the right to life, as I quote, the supreme rights, and the right from which no derogation is permitted, even in times of public emergency. The purport of these provisions is that human life is not a privilege granted by states. It is a status that the state is obliged to protect. And the obligation is not narrow. The United Nations Human Rights Committee, in its General Commentary 8, has made it clear that the right to life encompasses more than the negative duty to refrain from killing. It includes the positive duty to ensure conditions in which life can be sustained with dignity, free from foreseeable threats, and protected by institutions willing to act. Domestically, on our own jurisprudence, both at the apex court and the subnational courts, it has consistently affirmed that the right to life is foundational. Without it, every right we cherish becomes a promise written on paper. Now, it is important to recognize that the state has the positive obligation at international human rights and humanitarian law to promote and protect human rights. However, it all seems in Nigeria that issue is always put at the back work of discussion. Therefore, it is important that we recognize that the rights to life flows into the principle of the duty of the state to protect. The duty to protect affirmed by member states of United Nations at the 2005 World Summit places upon states the primary responsibility to protect its population from genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity. Ken also made allusion to this. The point here remains that it is the duty, the primary duty of the state to protect their citizens. That echoes the sentiment that the states must prevent, investigate, prosecute, and offer remedies to those who have been victimized. Where the state is unable or unwilling to discharge that responsibility, the international community is enjoined to assist. But the first line and the deepest line of protection runs through the institutions of the state itself. These are not impositions. They are commitments we have made as a sovereign nation in our own name, with our own signature. To honor them is not to bow to external pressure, it is to keep faith with ourselves. Once time you'll find in the national discussions that Nigeria will not yield their sovereignty to foreigners to intervene in affairs. You hear that a lot, maybe from people, maybe from non-governmental organizations and those who work for government. Now, the issue here is that states must not only uphold their responsibility to protect, they must be seen to be doing that. The doctrine of sovereignty inures in responsibility. In other words, it's not just a right, it is your responsibility to protect your citizens. The issue that must trouble us, the most difficult truth we must grapple with at the center of today's morning is the gap between commitments and performance. To note that this has widened into a profound divide. Insecurity in Nigeria is not an isolated event. It is a pattern. I'm happy the topic that's going to be presented to us talks about patterns and trends. In the Northeast, protected insurgents continues to undermine civilian safety and to corrode the prospects of recovery. In the Northwest, banditry, abduction economics, and territorial criminality have hardened into structures that troublingly no longer surprise us. In the North Central, recurring farmer header violence, militia activity, unresolved land conflict continue to generate cycles of killing and displacement. In the Southeast, the conjunction of separatist tensions and coercive law enforcement has fed instability. And in the South-South and Southwest, resource-related tensions, political violence, and organized criminality threaten the social fabric. What unites these geographies is not perpetrators, nor methods, or the ideologies. What unites them is the response, which is a response that, with troubling consistency, arrives too late, too rarely, and too predictably. Communities that have been attacked once are attacked again. Warning issues go unresolved. Investigations begun do not conclude. Prosecutions announced rarely result in convictions. And the families that bury their dead are too often left to do so alone, without acknowledgement from the states that owe them protection, indeed owes them till now. This is the architecture of impunity. Excuse me. And to be precise, impunity is not merely the absence of justice, it is signal to perpetrators that the cost of taking Nigerian life is low. Signals to victims that their grief is solitary, signals to community that the protection is conditional, and it signals to us all that some deaths are, in the code language of state policy, priority, more tolerable than others. That is a signal no constitutional democracy can afford to send. And it is a signal we are gathered here today to repudiate. What does this day present? The National Day of Mourning is not, in its deepest meaning, a day of sorrow alone. It is a day of refusal. It refuses the notion that there are first-class and second-class victims of violence in the country. It refuses the slow normalization by which preventable death is allowed to recede into background noise. It refuses the comforting fiction that condolence is the same thing as accountability. And it refuses, most fundamentally, the idea that any Nigerian life is less worthy of the full force of constitutional protection than any other. When one of us is killed unjustly, all of us are diminished. When the state fails one community, it puts every community on notice. That is not poetic license. That is the moral logic citizenship, moral logic of citizenship in a republic. And so, the work of this dialogue is not merely commemorative, it is constitutive. In the light of it, I am suggesting 5 imperatives that I believe must guide our work in the future. So ahead of this, we make the following suggestion. First, we must strengthen prevention. Recall, I did say prevention, investigation, prosecution. Early warning signals must not exist on paper. They must function in practice. The state must develop and to be seen to develop the institutional capacity to act on credible warnings before, not after, communities are attacked. Second, we must invest in protection. Civilian protection cannot be reduced to a press release. It requires presence, resources, doctrine, crucially accountability to failure. Third, we must close the impunity gap. Every documented attack must produce documented investigation. Every credible investigation must produce a prosecutorial decision. The cycle of attack, condolence, silence, and repeat must at least be broken. Our existing legal architecture, Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act 2022, must be implemented in concrete terms. Fourth, we must center all the things we are doing on victims. The right to truth, the right to justice, the right to reparation, and guarantee of non-occurrence. These are the 4 pillars of accountability, and a state that ignores any of them has not honored the others. And fifth, we must measure what we must measure what we have failed for so long now to measure. The work the Commission, that's the National Human Rights Commission, has begun on systematic documentation, on quantitative indices of the state performance, on the segregated reporting. This work is foundational. A nation that does not measure its losses is a nation that has chosen not to learn from the past. In conclusion, the protection of the right to life in Nigeria requires a coalition. It requires the security services to commit in word and in operational doctrine to civilian protection as the central measure of success rather than as a footnote to it. It requires the judiciary to ensure prosecutions of mass atrocity offenses are conducted with the speed and seriousness that it deserves. It requires the legislature to close the legal gaps through which accountability continues to slip. It requires civil society to continue documenting, advocating, refusing the easy peace of silence. It requires international community to support without imposing the building of a resilient national mechanisms. And it requires the media to ensure that the names of victims are not lost between the headlines. Most of all, it requires us to listen to those most affected, the survivors, the families, the communities. Their testimony is not an anecdote, it is an evidence. And evidence is the raw material from which accountability is built. The 34,000 lives and more we mourn are not statistics. The 3.7 million displaced in Nigeria are not a logistic problem. The communities that have been attacked, that are being attacked, that may be attacked tomorrow, are not casualties of inevitable history. They are citizens of a republic whose constitution promises them protection. And a republic that fails in its promises has begun to forget what it is. A constitution is only strong as the institution that uphold it. And institutions are only as strong as the men and women who refuse to let them fall. Today, we mourn, but we mourn loudly. We mourn publicly. We mourn that the full intention of building out of the grief a country in which a next National Day of Mourning honors fewer names than the last, because the right to life is not, in the end, an abstraction. It is the right of every Nigerian in every state of this federation, of every faith, of every tongue, of every station, to wake tomorrow morning to a country that has chosen finally and without qualification to protect them. That is imperative. That is the work, and that is the covenant we renew today. May the memory of those we have lost be a blessing and a charge upon us all. Thank you. God bless Nigeria.
Thank you so much, sir. A constitution is only as strong as the institutions that uphold it, and institutions are only as strong as the men and women who don't let it fall. Thank you very much, sir, for that presentation. Up next, we have another presentation. We've talked a lot about the numbers, but what do these numbers mean? We said 6,518 people, at least 6,518 people were killed in Nigeria last year. And from last year till date, the Northeast has dominated in terms of number of killings, and the Northwest has dominated in terms of number of abductions. But what do these numbers mean? When we analyze these trends, what do they reflect? What do they say about Nigeria? What do they say about security of its citizens? And what do they say about the government? So to lead us in the next paper presentation, Mapping Nigeria's Insecurity Trends, Patterns, Civilian Harm, and Emerging Protection Risks, please let's welcome the Program Officer, Security and Human Rights, Ajole Enemari. Let's welcome her well. It's AJ that brought us here today.
Thank you very much, Noya. And just to follow suit with the standard set by National Human Rights Commission, good morning, distinguished mourners. Okay, good morning. So far we've heard a lot about the total number of people killed since 2019 till date. And we've heard about, Mr. Kent spoke about the National Day of Mourning and why it started. Noya too spoke about the National Day of Mourning and why it started. So, like was said, the killings in Nigeria was getting bad, right? Many of us remember the peak of events in 2015, the Chibok girls' abduction in 2014. Yet, the government was denying a lot of the incidents. Even till date, some numbers are still being contested as to how many girls were actually abducted, how many girls have been returned. And so there was a need for someone who would keep account and would hold the government accountable and say, these are the number of people that were killed. Someone who would say the truth, someone who would document everything as it happened. I mean, even till date, it started then, but even till date, it's as if the numbers have become just news headlines. People are becoming increasingly desensitized. I mean, Oyo State, over 40 people abducted a few days ago, and people cried. People were, the beheading video spread online. People were outraged. But you know that as of today, yesterday, another two more people were abducted from that same state. Where is the outrage at this kind of attacks? So that was why in 2019 we decided to start documenting so that we can have we can have documentation on who has been killed, where are these attacks, and so that we can let the people who have been attacked see that the survivors and people who have lost their family, see that we see them, we feel what they feel, and that we are watching, to let the government know that we are watching. So, my slides, please. Okay, the next page. So like I said, we started documenting in 2019, and I've already listed out why we started the documentation, and that it was in response to the urgent need emerging from the critical gap in state data. We focused on accounting for lives lost, documenting regional patterns, and strengthening public accountability for protection failures. Because if we're not able to understand the patterns, how then do we profess solutions if we can't, if we don't even agree that is happening now? We have not even come to a conclusion on the patterns. Next slide, please. So, like I said, the objectives for the data collection that we do, one is for critical evidence, one is for awareness creation. Because like I said, a lot of people, because why this insecurity is happening? Some of us are in Abuja, you hear the killings, people are running, and you see videos of people running, and you're like, is it the same Nigeria that I'm in? There's some people still partying in Lagos, weddings are going on, yet people are dying every day. So there was a need to create awareness so that those people that are somehow removed from the realities of other people living in vulnerable communities can get to, so that we can ignite their consciousness and get them to respond appropriately. And also for accountability, like I said, we needed to hold, or we still need to hold the state accountable for the violence that has happened in Nigeria over the years. Next slide. So, the methodology of our data, because before I want to give you a background of how we get our data. So the methodology is first data collection. We collect our data from media reports, community partners. Mr. Ken spoke about the Committee of Practice Against Mass Atrocities. These are a group of people working across Nigeria to address issues around mass atrocities. So we collect data from them too. We get eyewitness reports. We get reports from field investigations. So these reports, we don't just collect, we verify. We verify it by cross-referencing survivor testimonies by eyewitness accounts. So now, because of this verification process, the data that everybody's mentioning here is the least possible data. This is data that we know for certain we can prove that it happened. But we all know that a lot of the violence going on in all these other communities goes unreported. So there's a lot of unreported data, there's a lot of information out there that we cannot verify. So any data I present here will be the least possible data. So just know, have it at the back of your mind that the data I present is the least and that there's definitely more. Then we generate credible reports based on the data that we have generated. So every month we publish infographics on the data that we have collected over the month. And also every year we publish reports, videos, both in infographics, videos, and whatever form we report that data. Next slide. So the verification framework. So like I said, the data is collected through media reports, community partners, field investigations. Also, we do conduct surveys and interviews to also get people's feedbacks and all. Then we verify it through eyewitness accounts, by survivor testimonies. We have community leaders in that committee of practice too, who we also verify our reports through. We do cross verification of incidents. So we have to ensure that that data is credible so that we can defend it anywhere. Then sorry, take it back. The standard of this evidence is high and multi-sourced. Like if you look at the list of sources, it's multi-sourced. Its primary evidence is on ground validation and it is triangulated data. So let's go on. So the violence spectrum. So the violence we have tracked over since 2019 to date includes abductions across the country. It includes terror pillages, commonly referred to as banditry. Now, why we call it terror pillages? Because when you say the word banditry, it feels like, oh, and thieves just go into a poor community and ransack them, but that's not what is happening. We have entire communities disappearing off the map because they have been attacked over and over and over again with the aim to either scare them or to collect their land for the extraction of natural resources and other crazy reasons. But the point is that we cannot continue to call it banditry. Those are not bandits. Those are terrorists. They are terrorizing people. And so we call it terror pillages. So those are part of the attacks we record. We record insurgency attacks. So as we all know, during 2019 and the rest, we're all talking about Boko Haram, ISWAP, and the influence of ISIS and all that. But more recently, you have groups, other terrorist groups springing up, like Lakara, for example. So we track all those kind of data around insurgency. We also record communal and intercommunal violences, reprisal attacks between communities over struggle for natural resources and other things. We track criminal gang activities, extrajudicial killings. I mean, when you look at the data we have currently, so for example, terror pillages constitutes about 46% of the killings that you were hearing so far. About 46% of that data was due to terror pillages. Insurgency attacks takes about 19%. But then when you go to extrajudicial killings, for example, took about 8%. So header attacks, think about header attacks, the amount of attacks that you hear about headers killing people and all that. That's like 9%. Closely followed by that is extrajudicial killings. So when we talk about extrajudicial killings, we're not just talking about killing unarmed civilians and on some of the issues that we have noticed online. If you read reports, you hear about those incidents. But there's also accidental airstrikes. Airstrikes where our military said, oh, it was a security operation. People are killed there. They would deny it first, say, no, it was communities that harbor terrorists, blah, blah, blah. A few months down the line, one small report somewhere would come out with an acknowledgement. And this is a pattern that we have seen over and over again. The first step is to deny, then later just sneakily admit. So that is part of and so based on our data, or the total sum of our data, 8% of those killings come from extrajudicial killings. So we also recorded, like I said, header-related attacks, mob violence, secessionist group activities, because that's part of the data that's part of the bulk of the data that forms the insecurity in the Southeast. Then political violence and other related opportunistic violence. Next slide. So since 2019 till date, this is the data we have seen in 2019. So the color in red is the total number of people that have been killed across Nigeria. So just to let you know that these data reflects only those group of data I said we recorded. So this is not the total number of people that have died, though, because there are more people that die from different kind of other incidents that we don't track. But when it comes to mass atrocities, the spectrum of data that we track, these are the numbers of people that were killed in 2019, the number of people that were abducted also. So you would see why there's a need for something like this. Look at going from 117 people abducted in 2019 to now. So when I say this data is still date, I mean as at maybe 19th of this month, so 2 days ago, in less than 6 months in January, more people have been abducted than people that were abducted in the whole of 2019. Like that's over how many percent increase? So there is a need to call for the government to address the insecurity issues, because for a country that is not at war, this is outrageous. I mean, this data is more than some other countries that are at war currently. So this is the data from 2019 till date. Next slide, please. So now let's go to within 2025 till date. Let's bring it down to narrow it down to more recent data. Now, these are the states that have been most affected. Sorry, I see the numbers are not showing clearly, so I'll just read that from here. But from what you see here, the state that has the highest killing so far has been Borno State, followed by Zamfara State, followed by Benue State, followed by Plateau, Katsina. So for example, in Borno, between 2025 and date, 2,794 people have been killed. In Zamfara, 1,863 people have been killed. In Benue, 32 people have been killed. Plateau, 873 people have been killed. Katsina, 823 people have been killed. Take note that I said that this data is the least possible data. So there are definitely more people that have been killed in these places, but these are the numbers that we can prove. So when it comes to abduction, Zamfara State takes the lead. And interestingly, between 2025 till date, while the Northeast records the highest killings, the Northwest records the highest abduction. So, and basically, when you think about the data in general, the different regions have different kinds of violence that affects them the most. Except for, say, header attacks that you can see in almost every state across Nigeria. But when you think about Boko Haram ISWAP activities, it is more prevalent in the Northeast, in places like Borno, Yobe, that exists. But then the bandits that are ransacking for solid minerals and killing people, like eradicating the whole community, those ones operate mostly in the Northwest and in the North Central. So that's why, and part of their modus operandi is beyond the killings, they do a lot of abduction, because I can't remember which of the speakers, but somebody mentioned the whole crisis economy, because money gotten from abduction funds more terror, right? So when you think about the violence, some places that doesn't have high killings usually would have high abductions, high killings. So in the Southeast, for example, the secessionist activities in the Northeast, Boko Haram and ISWAP and other groups, but it's also spilling into the North Central, because we're now seeing terrorist activities in Kwara State and the rest. In the North Central, a lot of terror pillages, not as much abduction, but a lot of killings. So across the different regions, across all these, so even in the South, for example, the struggle for resource control also influences the conflict there. But I also like us to think that even in the Northwest, part of the violence, because if we are ransacking mining communities, that's a resource control fight, right? So there's also resource control fight. So I'll say there's a resource control fight in the South and resource control fight in the Northwest. Okay, so let's go next slide. So of recent, between 2025 till date, the state with the highest killing so far has been Borno, followed by Zamfara. A lot of people will tell you, oh, Boko Haram has reduced, like the story about Boko Haram has reduced, but to be honest with you, that's not what the data says. Borno still has the highest number of people killed. Closely followed by Zamfara State. And another issue because if you think about places like the states in the Southeast and the states in the Southwest, there's not a lot of information out there. Because another thing I'd like you to know is that sometimes the stifling of the civic space, the stifling of media reports and attacks on journalists and all these media houses ensures that there's not enough credible data out there. And also the culture, the socioeconomic culture in some regions also affects how easy it is to access data in those places. Even how treacherous the terrains are would affect how people are, how willing people will be to go there and get the data. So though you see some of these states looking like, so for example, Anambra, you see this data looking like the number of people killed in that place is low. Some of the issues that affect the numbers is basically all these other situations around there. So we're not able to get enough data from there. But best believe that these are the least possible number of people killed in this state between 2025 till date. So let's go to the next slide. Then we have the abduction landscape. Zamfara, like I said, has the highest abduction across the country. And if you think about it, it's more related to solid minerals and how all that funds more terrorism. Then there's Borno, Kaduna, Katsina. Interestingly, Benue State has a very low number of abductions, but the killings is, in short, let's just even say one life loss is too many. In short, if one person is killed, it is enough to cause anger. It doesn't have to get to these 1,436 for people to be abducted, or it doesn't have to get to 2,000 people to be killed for us to be outraged, right? And then it is also good that we tell these stories because we have to own the narrative. If we don't own the narrative of the patterns of the violence that we're currently experiencing, we'll create a space for people who are not us to tell the story. Because outside the country, because I was having a conversation with a friend from Sierra Leone, and he was saying, "Oh, you guys, it's Boko Haram that's finishing." I'm like, you don't even understand it, and it's because we're not telling the story. We refuse to acknowledge these patterns and speak about it. Then we force them to tell us whatever they think is happening to us. Next slide, please. Just to also say that being this, some of us have gotten so, I've not spent nights in Plateau State before, but I know Bariki Ladi, and not for the right reasons. It's for the incident attacks on Bariki Ladi that I see online. I know, I did not even know a lot of communities in Oyo State, but right now I know Orire, because children as young as 2 to 7 were abducted last week, right? And I now know communities like Shiroro in Niger State, because beyond even the banditry attacks, you also have news of airstrikes in Shiroro too, accidental airstrikes. So there are a lot of, behind this data, people are 2 to 7 year olds, are people's fathers, people's children, people's wives that have been killed, that have been abducted. There are people who, so for example, I was listening to because every morning on my drive to work, I listen to Nigeria Info, and I was listening to Nigeria Info today, and they were talking about a community in Kogi State that they've had to literally move from their community to another community, but yet they were attacked in the other community. So it's like, so for example, Shiroro breaking Ladi, well, they are always in the news. So why has the government not done something about these communities? Communities around Sambisa, communities in Goza, these are communities that we hear reports over and over and over again, that some of us have now known the names without even being there. And it's not for the right reasons. It's not a good look on us. So just look at the data, the regions. In the Northeast, like I said, has the highest killings, but the Northwest has the highest abductions. So this infograph just shows the mass atrocities, that's both the killings and the abductions across the various regions within the time frame talked about. But then let's look at who bears this brunt, right? And it is civilians. Yes, we have lost security personnel. We lose military men. I mean, my heart goes out to a lot of them. We lose police officers, we lose immigration officers, we lose NDLA officers. We have records of these security agents that have been killed in the front of trying to, or in the process of trying to defend the sovereignty of Nigeria. But then civilians continue to pay the price, and we don't just pay we are faced by violence from both states and non-state actors. So even vigilante, so at some point we had to start tracking vigilante, because it was like they were also facing their own, they have now become another set of another security outfits that are fighting the insecurity. So we had to start tracking what's happening to them so that we can understand the pattern. So civilians the most, and then that. So just as you look at these numbers, know that there are pregnant women, there are children, there are people's husbands, people's wives. And among the missing, some of them will never return. I mean, some of the Chibok girls that have gone, Leah Sharibu, for example, I know that name and it haunts me. And I wonder every day, what happened to her? Do you get? So the next slide, please. Okay, so I'm sure that some of you will be curious about some of these data. I talked about the percentage of the infograph, but if you want more information about the data that we collect, you can find us at www.massachusetts.org. Go to the dashboard, you click the dashboard, and you will find an interactive map where you can track both you can have access to data that we have. You can also follow us on Instagram at Nigerian Months. You will find monthly infographics there. You can find us on X, formerly known as Twitter, Nigerian Month, Facebook, Nigerian Month. There we post data and information and stories of the people that have been abducted and killed across the country. And as we continue our conversations today, I'd like us to look at everybody, not just to say, oh, that was a southerner, that's a northerner, because that's the reports. So that's some of the information that we're seeing online now. Because beyond the fighting, because one thing that is not here is that beyond the fighting and the killing on the ground and the terrorism on the ground, it's also terrorism online. I don't open Twitter because I'm afraid, right? Bandits are posting things on Twitter, they're posting things on TikTok, videos are getting online. I mean, recently the family of the beheaded teacher came out to say, please, they're begging Nigerians to stop resharing those videos because it's traumatizing them. So there's terrorism on the ground and there's terrorism online too. People are using hate speech. Some of these killings happen, and then you're saying, Shay, now you say Emiloko, oh yeah, face your fight. Not now, everyone now, no fight where we they shout. So carry your cross, do you get? And we're beginning to lose our sense of humanity. We're forgetting that these are human beings, flesh and blood, beating hearts. So please, I would like you to engage with us, and I would like you, in whatever space that you find yourself, to ensure that you demand accountability for the lives lost, and that you speak good of the dead, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, AJ. That was incredible. Please let's clap for her again. That was very expository. And as morbid as the information shared in that presentation might be, that's unfortunately the reality in which we exist. I think what really stuck out for me was the fact that we're just in the month of May, and more people have died this year already than the total number of people that died in the whole of 2019. And next year is an election year. You know what it is in Nigeria when election season is approaching. So the future is grim. It's very worrisome, and that's why these conversations need to continue to happen. So we are now stepping into the dialogue session of the morning, and so I know based on some of the presentations that we've heard today, we might have a few questions or comments, and then there'll be a time for that. So this is how this is going to go. We're going to have a panel dialogue, after which we'll have questions or comments. First, questions or comments specifically directed to the panel, and then we'll have a more open dialogue where people can share comments, stories, feedback, questions, or anything at all relating to this issue that we are addressing or discussing today. So the next panel is titled Mourning Without Justice, Accountability, Impunity, and the Politics of Response. And that will be moderated by Dr. Inya Ode. The interesting thing about being a moderator on a panel is that nobody ever introduces the moderator. The moderator is the one who always introduces the speakers, and nobody gets to really know who the moderator is. But today I will introduce our moderator, and then she'll come here and introduce our speakers, and then we can start the dialogue from there. Dr. Inya Ode is a communicator, veterinarian, media professional, and social advocate who currently serves as the program coordinator at the Luxterra Leadership Foundation, a Nigerian organization focused on leadership development, social justice, integrity, peace building, and civic engagement. Through her work, she has contributed to national conversations on ethical leadership, accountability, governance, interfaith dialogue, and social cohesion in Nigeria. Prior to joining the development sector, Dr. Ode built a respected career in broadcast journalism and public affairs communication as a presenter and producer at Nigeria Info FM, where she became widely recognized for moderating conversations on governance, gender equality, public policy, and citizen engagement. Her ability to bridge media, advocacy, and civic education has made her a respected voice in Nigeria's civic space. A trained doctor of vet medicine, Dr. Ode brings a multidisciplinary perspective to her work, combining communication, leadership development, and social advocacy to promote accountable governance and peaceful coexistence. At Luxterra Leadership Foundation, she has continued to support initiatives focused on integrity building, conflict sensitivity, and citizen participation across Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Inya Ode.
Maybe I'll just start from here. Good morning, fellow mourners. Right. I don't even know where to start. There's just so much to say, right? But let me take it from where Nigeria Mourns on X actually begins. with the words, "Every attack leaves behind more than numbers. It leaves grieving families, displaced communities, and unanswered questions." And I'm just hoping that with this panel, with this conversation we're going to have right now, we'll actually have some answers. It seems bleak, it seems hopeless, it seems so uncertain, but at the same time, we cannot afford to lose hope. I mean, from 2019 till now, global rights has been on this, and we've seen the numbers, and truly behind those numbers are real people. So with this conversation at the panel, we're going to be taking a look at mourning without justice, accountability, impunity, and the politics of response. And hopefully the panelists will be bringing to mind or calling to mind the work they have done, what they have seen on the field in their various spheres of influence and control, what has been done and what they hope for. That's exactly what we'll be talking about. And without further ado, I'd like to invite the very first panelist on my list, the humanitarian, social entrepreneur, displacement advocate, who serves as the co-founder and executive director of the Cesar Empowerment Foundation, a Nigerian organization dedicated to supporting internally displaced persons, refugees, and vulnerable communities affected by conflict and displacement. Since 2010, Cesar has implemented humanitarian and livelihood interventions that have reached over 100,000 displaced persons across Nigeria through relief support, psychosocial assistance, livelihood empowerment, education, and rehabilitation programs. A lot of work has been done in displacement advocacy, shaped by the displacement of our panelist community in Benue State in 2009. And from then till now, she has been moving even beyond humanitarian response, consistently advocating for stronger government accountability, durable solutions for displaced persons, and improved protection systems for communities affected by violence. She has contributed to so many conversations on displacement, insecurity, and community resilience through public advocacy and policy engagement. Do join me as we welcome Iye Jonathan Ichabe. Our next panelist is one who I heard speak about trauma-informed journalism a few days ago. And I must say I was wowed by that conversation. But she's a journalist, she's a writer, she's a poet, she's a conflict reporter, and currently serves as the managing editor of Humangle Media, a leading platform focused on conflict, humanitarian crisis, and insecurity in Africa. Her work centers on investigating terrorism, insurgency, displacement, migration, transitional justice, and the human consequences of violent conflict, particularly as they affect women and vulnerable communities. She is one of Nigeria's leading conflict journalists and has reported extensively on the lived realities of communities affected by violence and displacement across Nigeria and the Lake Chad region. Her work has earned several prestigious recognitions and fellowships, including the Pulitzer Center Grant, the International Women's Media Foundation Grant, the Storify Africa Fellowship, and the Journalism AI Fellowship of the London School of Economics. She was also selected as a 2025 Journalism Fellow of the Fellowships at Auschwitz for the study of professional ethics, joining an international cohort exploring ethics and accountability in journalism. Do join me as we welcome Hawa Shafi Nuhu. Welcome, Hawa. Next panelist, who happens to be very blessed among women. He's a retired commissioner of police, a public affairs expert, a former force public relations officer of the Nigeria Police Force. He's widely regarded as one of the most recognizable public communicators within Nigeria's policing system and has played a significant role in advancing police media relations, institutional transparency, and citizen engagement during his years of service. Throughout his distinguished policing career, he received or served in several strategic leadership positions, including Commissioner of Police for Kogi State, my home state, and the Eastern Port Command. As Force Public Relations Officer, he became known for promoting a more accountable and citizen-focused approach to policing and public communication, particularly during periods of heightened national security concerns. Following his retirement from active service, I mean, he's retired, but he's not tired, trust me. He has transitioned into academia and public policy engagement, contributing to conversations on policing reforms, public safety, strategic communication, and security sector accountability. Please join me as we welcome the one and only Emmanuel Ojukwu. You're welcome, sir. And our last but not the least panelist today is one I know very well, and I can refer to her as my sister. She is the programs manager with Amnesty International Nigeria. She's a human rights advocate with years of experience focused on promoting the rule of law, human rights, gender advocacy, justice reform, and CSO accountability. She's a fellow of the Justice Initiative and Coady Institute and has an LLM in Human Rights, International Justice Specialization from the Central European University. She has worked on judicial accountability by engaging with citizens on court observation and with justice actors to ensure protection of detainees' rights, interagency collaboration, and strengthen service delivery. Until joining Amnesty International, she's worked in various capacities with the International Committee of the Red Cross, Partners, West Africa, Nigeria, Advocates Sans Frontières, France, I hope I got that right, and of course, as a Justice Initiative Fellow of OSJI. It's my honor and privilege to welcome my sister, Barbara Shitnan Magaji. So the interesting thing about Barbara and I is that we went to the same secondary school, and I used to know her as Barbara Megari, you know. So I almost said Megari just now, and we always called her Barbara. That was her name. So it's great to have you all here on this panel. So let me take my seat. All right. So thank you so much once again. And I want to say thank you to Global Rights for this opportunity given to us to have this conversation. And for Global Rights carrying this on since 2019, it's definitely something worth applauding because it has been an advocacy, it has been a conversation consistent since 2019. Please let's give it up for Global Rights. And this is Global Rights trying to humanize and put faces to the numbers that we have all over the place. But, you know, coming to this conversation, I rolled my eyes. I was like, no, not again, not again, not again. Are we going to keep having this conversation over and over again? But from 2025 till now, the numbers are staggering. For 2026, we're just in the 20th day or 21st day of the 5th month of the year, and the numbers are still staggering. What exactly are we doing? I mean, what difference would this conversation make? We've had conversations, you all have been on panels before. What difference would this conversation make? What would we say differently that has not been said before? And for you here, I mean, you have been on this, you have been, in this on this advocacy, on this trajectory for so long. Are you discouraged in any way? Is hope still alive?
To be honest, if you're of the Christian faith, there's a scripture that says, give the Lord no rest, right? Until you see what you are looking to see. So I am not discouraged. Sometimes we do get tired. I think we can all relate to that. But the truth of the matter is that I believe that we're just getting started. We're just beginning to realize the scale of this madness. And I think we're all sort of slowly waking up to the reality, whether we like it or not, that we have a government that does not care. At federal level, at state level, and at local government level. We have people who benefit from this government, whether through appointments, through contracts, through political position, through whatever, who because of their own narrow interest seem to have lost their humanity, and they're constantly in denial. There's nothing new to me, because from the very beginning, when we started the work and we started tracking displacement, there was a time in this country under the PDP government, under President Jonathan, you will say there are displaced people. They will tell you it's because you don't like President Jonathan. That's why you're saying they're displaced people. It is impossible for us to have displaced people. We're the giant of Africa. We're not Afghanistan. We're not Pakistanis. And that is because it was coming from people who were either too ignorant or people who did not understand what we're talking about, or they were themselves benefiting from the parties in power at that time. So for us, watching this thing, it is extremely painful. I can tell you for a fact that the terrorist headsmen killings started in Benue and were ramping up even before Boko Haram became a big thing. But I will tell you also, we have our own international media presence and journalists who, for whatever reasons, have their own narratives and agenda. And I remember talking to a journalist, asking him and begging him, please come to Benue and come and cover these killings. At that time, there were even allegations that some of these terrorists had used chemical weapons in Benue State. The government covered it up. This journalist told me clearly, looked me in the face. I was sitting with him in Lagos, pleading with him to come. He told me, I would love to come, but my editor is more interested in the Northeast, and he is more interested in covering something they understand. At that time, they wanted to cover a religious, quote unquote, crisis. Muslims killing Christians. That was what they were interested in covering. And that was the narrative they were more interested in, not in the truth of what was happening across the country. It was further exacerbated, just pardon me, I'm going into the politics now. It was further exacerbated when President Muhammadu Buhari, came into office in 2015 and actually opened his mouth and told the international community that they won't focus only on the Northeast. Do we remember? And my friends and brothers, I used to be with a United Nations agency, so I can say these are my former colleagues. The UN house in this Abuja was bombed. Do we remember? And my colleagues complied. So much so that even when you tell them there are people from the Northeast who have fled to Lagos State, because I have an office there, and we're working and we need help for these poor displaced women and their families, they will tell you there are no IDPs in Lagos State. I'm just telling us this to say, this is the reality we have seen. And so for me, I'm not tired. You know why I'm not tired? Because we're all waking up. We're all realizing now that this thing is personal to each of us. We all have lost a loved one to this nonsense and madness happening in this country. We all have, some of us have done fundraising for our colleagues who have been kidnapped or our families. Abi? So I just say all of that to say, I'm not tired. We're just waking up. I'm happy to hear that one of our brother organizations or sister organizations, a civil society organization in Lagos, is organizing a rally about insecurity.
Amazing.
And they are not your typical civil society organization. It is the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria Lagos chapter, who had been a little reticent, although sympathetic, and many had been supporting, but now we're all understanding this thing is on our doorstep with the recent unfortunate Oyo incident.
Absolutely.
So it is pressing on us, and we're just getting started. So for me, I'm not tired. I'm not discouraged. I'm in extreme pain because of all that we've lost, and we're mourning. But I believe that it is time for us to have new energy, to rise up and say, politics or no politics, these killings have to stop. And this insurgency has to end. And we need justice for those who have been affected. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ie, for that. I mean, you've just set the tone for this, and I hear you. No discouragement, no hope lost. You know, hope is still alive that something would definitely turn around. But I remember how I was on radio in 2014 on April 14, was it? Yeah, when the news about the abduction broke and all of that. And I don't know where you were, Hawa, but there was a lot of back and forth saying, no, it did not happen. It happened. This happened. No, it's a lie. You're trying to malign the government and all of that. So, as broadcasters, you're just conflicted. You're like, okay, so is it that we didn't hear right? Or this, you just now felt like maybe there's just something going on. So how exactly, did we get here, particularly with the media, and reporting these stories? Is there, is there a way, is there a means of silence? Is there a way to just, people are getting to just keep the media silent and not report these stories as they are? Because as Adiola mentioned, right? She mentioned that those numbers are not exactly, this is the least, right? Because there's a whole lot going on. So what is the media angle to this, particularly in reporting the conflicts, in reporting terrorism, in reporting all of that? I remember those days, the media was told, no, you cannot, you're giving a voice to them. You're giving voices to them. You're telling their stories more than what is happening in the government, So it was a bit of a conflict. Where are we now?
Hello. Okay. It's very interesting that you start your question with the Chibok incident, because as she was speaking, my mind went exactly there. The Boko Haram and ISWAP insurgency in Northeast Nigeria has existed for nearly 2 decades now, as we know. And unfortunately, the insistence from authorities to insist that a lot of these things are simply not happening has not changed with time. It's like nearly 20 years now. And as recently as last year, when the general was killed by members of ISWAP, we still had the Nigerian military coming out on social media to deny that it ever happened. This is a man that was killed and later buried, but the military still insists that, at the time, that it did not happen, and that the media, who was insisting on sharing the truth about the matter, was the enemy. That's how it was framed at that time. And this is not a new problem. It's a problem that has existed for as long as the insurgency itself has existed. And I think there are people to this day who still believe that the Chibok abduction never happened. Maybe the number of people have reduced now that there is a lot more awareness. We have seen these women, a lot of them who have now been released. And, like you said, or like I think the previous speaker said during her presentation, there are a lot more girls that till today, we still do not know where they are. But one very interesting fact about the Chibok abduction that I would like to bring to light is that that abduction was not planned. There were 276 schoolgirls that were abducted that day. You would expect that surely that kind of operation would require extensive planning, maybe years or even months of gathering ammunition, arms, putting the personnel together and all of that. But these guys, these members of Boko Haram at the time, were on their way back from different assignments. And they saw the school unguarded and they were like, oh, we can abduct these girls. And they went and they did exactly that. They fetched nearly 300 schoolgirls. I bring this to light to make it clear that the security infrastructure itself is massively, massively under-resourced. Because for people to just come into an institution, to come into a school and pack nearly 300 schoolgirls and meet little to no resistance at all, I feel like that says a lot about our security architecture. The same thing has happened, as we have seen, with the Dapchi abduction, with the Birni Yauri abduction, and a lot of the times women and girls are usually at the forefront of this. There aren't enough conflict reporters in Nigeria, and that is the sad truth. But when you look at what it actually takes to be a conflict reporter in Nigeria, that fact begins to make sense, because you need resources. When somebody tells you that an attack has happened in Borno, it's very easy to be tempted to just sit in your cozy apartment in Abuja and do the interviews over the phone and then write the story. But what makes more sense is that you actually visit there physically and see for yourself. And that's what conflict reporting is. Conflict reporting requires physical presence. Physical presence requires courage, and then it requires resources. Because when this news comes today, for example, that's okay, there are 200 girls that have just been abducted, you need to get there as soon as possible. That usually involves flight tickets, it involves accommodation, it involves resources, you trying to organize for your fixers, your sources, all of that takes money. And I don't think I need to tell us what the funding is like for media organizations in Nigeria. It is work that is very expensive, and it is work that is mentally and psychologically draining. You ask her if she was tired and she said no, and I was like, wow, because me, I'm tired. Because it is very, very exhausting. But of course, there are also moments where it feels fulfilling. There are times when we have, we as in Human Angle, where I work, where we have reported about hundreds of people being arbitrarily detained for nearly a decade. And as a result of our reporting, those people were finally freed by authorities. So I'm not saying it's all bleak. There are moments when we have moments of success, and it feels very fulfilling to do this very necessary work. But the vast majority of the time, it's just incredibly draining.
Thank you so much, Hawa, for sharing that insight. Moving on to security. Yes, security personnel have been affected by the abductions, by the killings, the police, the army, the military, at different levels, a lot of affectation here. But sir, people are still wondering, why can't the security agents actually identify and find where these people are, particularly in an age where there's so much technology to do so? The man on the street is wondering. I mean, my mother-in-law in Vandekia is wondering, am I safe going to the farm? Am I safe doing that while there are security people around? Am I truly, truly safe going about doing my business? So we hear that, yes, I mean, the resources for security people has also been highlighted. But at the same time, what are the ones on ground doing? Is there a limitation to what can be done? Technology is there to actually help in so many ways. What could you say about that?
Okay, thank you for having me. I'm happy Global Rise did this, and I discovered something. I've not worn black shirt for a long, long while because I've been afraid of blending with my face now. So it will make me smile a lot now. Okay.
We see you, sir.
Now we need to discover ourselves. The tone of security or policing you have depends on what the nation needs and what the nation thinks it needs. Do we really want to have good policing in this country? The answer is no. We don't. The status quo benefits those who are in charge. So the more you have a well-equipped police, well-resourced, well-trained, well-motivated, who are fast in what they're doing, they will lose their grip on Nigerians. So the powers that be, the elite, they've captured this country And we Nigerians have not realized that. Because you talk about value of Nigerian life. A Nigerian's life is not more than 2 packets of Indomie. It's not worth it. And we don't believe that we are worth more than that. So because we are low, they've kept us low, they impoverish us, and then they use security architecture to protect themselves. So what affects the general of Nigerians doesn't concern them, and we have kind of callous. We have taken it as our fate. That's where God placed us on the spectrum. So remain down. We keep dying every day. People die every day. It's nothing. It's National Day of Money. Who is money actually? It's only in this room. No, but it's actually money. People are celebrating elsewhere. People are going to banks now with millions stolen from this country. They are not money. The reality is that over the years, we had a police force. I'm talking about the police now. I was there for 32 years. I've seen it all. We didn't plan to have a police force. It wasn't our Nigerian police. You must look at the history of the police. It didn't come as a Nigerian project. Somebody brought it to us to make us down. And we became independent in 1960. From 1943, where Nigerian Police Act was made, till 2020, there was no law made by Nigeria to govern her police. So who didn't believe in the police? It was only 20 years, 5 years ago, after 77 years, that Nigeria gave to herself an act to govern her police. Nigerians don't want the police. That is the issue. Now, since you don't want it, you don't make provisions for it. The police is very, very low in manpower. People banding 400,000. No, the strength of Nigerian police today is 273,648. 273. Policing a nation of 240 million. Look at the ratio. One policeman to maybe 700, which is the lowest in the world. In terms of resources, in fact, for the past 2 years, I know what police gets is just for overhead. No real money is given to police in this nation because, don't forget, I said earlier on, the status quo favors those in power. The poorer the police, the more sophisticated they are, the better for them. And they have 500 in their houses. So they don't care who's about us. You don't have enough policemen, they're not properly resourced, they're not properly trained. You have over 40 trained institutions in Nigeria police, about 40. But just visit any one of them. You will for this country. Visit any of them. Each time government comes, I want to do what they call reform of Nigeria police. Reform means to transfer those from Yobe to Sokoto. Move from Kogi, Anambra, they enjoy oil money, move them to somewhere else. That's not it. The real thing is that there's no motivation. The men are not trained. Go to those schools, you will wait for this country. And when the government comes, they want to find out what is happening. Why is the police not performing optimally? People spend money, they do researches, and give report to government. Government has never, you can take it to the bank, never acted on any of those reports. During Jonathan regime, some reports were sent to him. They were with him. Then the journalists at him channels published about the condition in police college in Kenya. The man got annoyed. They want to embarrass my government. On his way elsewhere, he branched to the school. What he saw, he felt like weeping. But the report has been on his table for weeks. He didn't act. So somebody comes into the police, there's no police boy. Every person in the police is a policeman or a policewoman. He must have gone through schools. What is the nature of our schools in this country? What is the level of socialization in this country? How much or how less do we value wealth and material acquisition? So he comes into the police, he's sent to a school, a police college, without training. Look, I was in police for 3 days. I was posted there on punishment. They said I talk too much. And I stayed there for 3 days. Let me tell you why. Why I said there's a way to train these boys. They say you must leave this place. That's a classroom of 500 recruits, 500 policemen, recruits. And the lecturer has been speaking, Those are the far end will not even hear him. They were playing card actually. They were playing what? In a classroom. I say if you want to have an effective training, it's 50 maximum.
Absolutely.
Not 500. So people go in half-baked, they come out worse than they were before they join the police. And they are now policing us. So those in government, the political will is not there to have effective policing, to equip them to function for us. And that's why we are where we are.
Oh, wow. Barbara, I've been hearing this, and I know you concur to a lot of things Mr. Ojukwu was saying. So policing, the justice system, that's another level on its own that a lot of people seem to have just lost faith in, to say, look, the justice system is not working. If security is not working, then the justice system, zero. We can't even go there. So does that mean we can't have justice for those who have died, for those who are abducted, for those in this entire situation? I mean, looking at it from your lens as a lawyer, you know, and I mean, Amnesty International has been on this for so long. There were times reports came out of IDP camps from Amnesty International, and they were flatly denied and said, you know, you guys are against our government and all of that. So there's been a lot of back and forth as it relates to this. But where, from your angle, how do you see it? And I mean, how can we move forward?
Thank you for that question. When CP Ojukwu was speaking, I just wrote down something that has been an area of concern. Sorry, I'm under the weather in case you can't really hear me. But an area of concern for me, having worked past 23 years as a lawyer, is that the justice sector, part of it is of course from the policing system, is deliberately not funded and resourced the same way the security sector is facing, so that they can have control of that sector. You have something called the Administration of Criminal Justice Act. We have it in the states called the laws. A law that is over 400 and something, well developed by experienced people. But at no time was it ever thought that each of the institutions should be resourced even before you even talk about implementing such a law. So for instance, you should have day-to-day. What does that mean precisely? That at each time, a court can adjourn the next day. Today is 21st, right? The court can adjourn 22nd. The person is in detention in correctional center. Kuje Correctional Center should bring the person every day to this place. When you get to Kuje Correctional Center, they will tell you there is no boss. If you go to the courts, what normally happens is you would find that detainees are brought as at the time that correctional center can bring them. There are situations when you go to courtrooms, you're supposed to be in court 1 to 10 in different locations. I'm using FCT as an example. And yet the court starts at 9. Criminal trial starts normally at the beginning. If I move you from Kuje, I drop you in Maitama, I move you to Jabi, what then happens? It is also possible by the time you reach the last court, it's possible the court has finished sitting. That's one bit. When you tell police, each police station should report to, or each magistrate should oversee a police station so that situations of arbitrary processes in the police system is avoided. Who is providing for that magistrate to go to that police station? It's not available. So it is structured so that, let it be in writing. Does Nigeria have a justice system? Yes, we have ticked the box. What is it made up of? Judiciary, the police, the correctional centers, and then the different agencies that we have now created. But is it really effective? It is not. Because we're talking about 2014, and I happen to have been, when you're talking about trauma, you know, the thing that keeps recurring for me, 2001, I have someone who was my schoolmate right here, 2001, when the attacks in Plateau State started, we were in school. The next thing that happened for me this year was when the Rukuba attack started, I started remembering that incident again. And I remember the cries of mothers and babies from the community called Angwarogo. Women and mothers, families who didn't understand what was happening. That was the first of its kind. We didn't understand what was happening. We were there as diligent students, waiting for a lecture that never happened. And then the next thing, we were there till 12 midnight. And all they were saying is, they are killing people, they are killing students. We didn't even understand who is killing who. And we saw students moving into the university, getting fuel from the station that is meant for buses of the university, taking fuel and going to still ignite fire. And we're like, what's going on? Cut long story short, people moved into the university as a safety space. And all I remember was, at that time, unfortunately, was the call students that helped us, that sat on the fence of the university to protect us. Till date, who has been brought to justice? 2001. So what are we talking about? It didn't start now. Attacks happen, nothing has been done. When these things occur, we deny. There's always us as amnesty. We will not get tired. Even as Barbara, I won't get tired. Because I feel sometimes when these things happen, when we get tired, then we lose hope. Then the elites are actually very happy. And it is a total elite capture that is happening. Have we ever wondered, during the 1-2 weeks of election, there seems to be some semblance of peace in this country. And then we resume after that. But now the elite have started again. They divide us on the parlance of religion and tribes. It's happening again. We then suddenly forget, and that's why the CP said, we're not understanding what's going on. If we really understand what's going on, it's a capture by the elite against the rest of us who are not protected by the 500 police officers in our homes. The day we realize it, we will drop all the religion, the tribes, and attack the monster. That's actually what's going on. Because every day, every time, Chibok, you were talking about Chibok, we engage with the communities. What we tend to even see, there's a sense of even commercialization of the now women, not even girls anymore. There's like they are now serving as compensation for the integrity within that space. There was one that I recently spoke with one of the leaders of, they have formed an association as parents of the children who are abducted. They have an association. And he told me that at a particular time, he lost hope because he kept fighting something that he felt the community themselves were not interested in continuing because they too have lost hope. One of the girls was brought back, now a woman. But guess what? She says she only understands her Boko Haram husband. She wants to go back. And she actually went back. So, the issues remain. Justice has not been done. Trauma continues. Perpetrators are enjoying themselves. Impunity is sustained. Reprisals is what is even going on now. And then we're wondering, what is the value of our life? I don't think Nigerians are, really answering on to that. Because people feel justice has not been done. That's why we're having these reprisals going on.
The issues abound. And I know for all of us, the issues do abound. But then how do we move forward? An election is coming up. Is it about moving from one party to another or changing government or doing this? Because we've seen different governments and we've still seen the same results. So is it really about changing governments? What tactics do we as citizens, a government spokesman recently said citizens should defend themselves. So I don't know if I was hearing something else. I don't know if you guys heard it, and hearing that, I was like, okay, in what manner or form should that be? What is the way forward for you? For everyone sitting in this room, for everyone who is watching us, for people who will get to hear this conversation through our friends in the media here,
What should we do? That's the question. I think the first thing, and Barbara said it very well, let's not give up hope. You see, there's a saying that unless you are dead, you will always have hope. So as long as we who are alive are not dead, let's not give up hope. When I say I'm not tired, it's not because I'm like, I never get tired or I never get my moments of. There's a video right now on my phone. I've been afraid to watch that video of a 17-year-old girl who went to a farm in Benue and was raped in front of her mother. No, her mother fled and was raped by 4 of these headsmen in their farm. And it's a video of her talking about the rape, and they've sent it to me. I've not had the heart to listen. One other thing I will appeal to us as people and as global, as a community of practice and global rights, I think we need to also start tracking the sexual violence being meted out on our women and on our children in our communities, and in some of the men also who are abducted and raped, and it is just nobody talks about it. And you see them in the camps, eyes are vacant, you know something happened, you are afraid to ask. If we don't shine a light on that evil, we will continue to just see more and more traumatized people and to play out in other ways. But I think the first thing as Nigerians, we have to understand the biggest victory you can hand to our irresponsible, and I say that with every sense of responsibility, to our irresponsible government who have refused to care about the people but are too busy politicking for 2027, is to say enough, and we're not giving up. Until we matter to you, we are not stopping on this topic. I say that again, I used to be a politician. I'm still a politician. I ran for Federal House of Representatives in 2023 under one of the parties. So I know what I'm saying. And recently I've even moved to another party. So when you said, is he moving to another party? I just laughed. One thing I have always said is, if a particular party was in opposition, I look at their track record. How many Nigerians were killed under their watch? How concerned have they been about these killings? And that's, I won't give you my vote. And I will say very clearly that if I'm voting for that party, I'm voting for more deaths. And I'm saying to God, please, I like this party, as they're killing us. Give me so they can kill us more. So when I switch party, I usually switch to a party that has never been in power before. So we're always the weaker losing party. But at least I sleep a little better saying I'm not going to whatever. Now what happens is the ones from the old party, when they lose in those other parties, they run to my party. Yeah. I'll now start running again. But I'm just saying that as a joke. But as seriously, Nigerians, I think the very first thing for us, let's not give up hope. Arsenal fans in the house, are we here?
They are here.
Praise God. So 22 years without a trophy. I know this sounds, I'm very serious. But that is it. We've had 27 years of democracy. We're worse off now than we were in 1999. Am I correct? Right. In almost every facet. Okay. Apart from we have GSM. Even now, the network doesn't work. Right? But Arsenal did not give up. Right? They kept giving it their best. We as Nigerian citizens, more than ever before, we are more conscious now of what is happening than we were before. True. In fact, when I started this work in 2010, and my grandmother was displaced, I didn't know that people who were displaced were owed a certain responsibility by the government. Until today, my grandmother died. They never paid her any compensation for the damage she suffered. Now I know more. So now I'm sitting on the thing of there must be reparations and repayments and compensation for the people who have been displaced in this country. Right. And it is a travesty. And we have to be able to say it loud without fear that the Nigerian government is giving money to so-called repentant terrorists under a most ungodly program called the DDRR, run under the Nigerian government. We can come with all our different why it should not be like this. But if there is no justice, you will never have peace.
Right.
We know this thing.
Right.
So I think it's important. For me, I want to say the way forward is for us to gird our loins. When I say I'm not tired, for me, I am even excited. I'm not excited because my people are dying or are Nigerians, my brothers and sisters in Nigeria are dying. I'm excited because I have said Nigerian government will stay here. We pin. I'm not jackpying. In fact, it is you. If you refuse to change, you will jackpot for all of us eventually. Because when we wake up, when we wake up, So for me, the way forward, please, I plead with all of us. Let us not give up hope. Because once there's that light, like Arsenal, you will lose the match today. Tomorrow, you will go and play again. And one day, you will win. They were winning and losing. No? But eventually, they won. I know this sounds like inspirational talk, but the truth of the matter is that it is when there is hope, when you don't give up that hope, no matter how bad, that is when you will rise up. Let me just close out by saying, please, we're a young nation. Let us just know that. We got independence in 1960. If you are wanting to count the amalgamation, we're just over 100 years. Am I correct? If you read the history of the United Kingdoms, those were like 500 years. And then other nations, if you read China, the China that our government is busy running up and down, right? Or even America now, they're going to China. And Russia. If we read Chinese history, 800 years. So what we are in the process of doing is we're building a nation. And we are the ones that are going to fight so that our children, our future generations can have a place in this nation and rise up and be counted as human beings. So please, whatever sphere you are in, we're not giving up hope. Let us stand and bloom and know that we're building a nation. And let us build the kind of country that we want our children to grow up in.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ia, for sharing that. Hawa, I'll come to you with the same question with way forward. What are your thoughts? What are the things that we should be looking at? What can we do as a people? What can we do? I'm sure media people are here as journalists, because we call Nigeria one big trauma center, right? Yeah, it's a large trauma center. And there's just one thing happening after the other. What can we do? What is your way forward?
Well, I think that as a nation, we need to begin to take the concept of reparation very seriously, especially for victims and their families who have been wronged by this insurgency. Every single other thing that I can think about depends on that very thing happening for it to be able to exist. You spoke about the DDRR program. The government and even sometimes researchers and experts are insisting that all over the world, this is what they are doing. You cannot fight a war with only kinetic approaches. You have to use both kinetic and non-kinetic approaches. But when you insist on that narrative, amongst a people that have been constantly victimized and brutalized with no development and no reparation, it's bound to threaten social cohesion. It's bound to threaten the ways that people are able to identify as Nigerian citizens, as people who are deserving of human rights. And then we talk about development as well. Development, which usually has to do with education, provision of healthcare services, availability of basic amenities and stuff like that. All of this also goes back to ensuring that communities that are affected by these things usually get the kind of recognition and attention that they deserve. There is also the fact that sometimes these terrorists are arrested, but they are very seldom ever charged to courts. And so they are there in prison. The victim needs to know that the person responsible for their suffering has gotten some kind of accountability. I'm thinking right now of the Buniyadi massacre. I don't know how many of us remember it. It happened in 2014, right? These were school boys that were murdered. And there was a very methodological approach to that killing. They stormed the school. They set these small boys on fire as they slept. And then some of them positioned themselves in the windows because they knew that there would be boys who would try to jump in order to escape. So as those boys were jumping, they were shooting them down with guns. There were boys who were slaughtered like animals. a couple of years ago, I tracked down some of the survivors. There were very few survivors of that massacre because, like I said, they accounted for every possible escape route and they killed a lot of them. But a lot of those boys that I talked to have a disability. There were people who suffered gunshots, for example, to the shoulder or to the leg. There were people who had burn scars all over their bodies. And I remember when I spoke to them and I asked, what would justice look like for you? The fact that you have had to endure this kind of thing. And I was very surprised by the kinds of things I heard. I also spoke to parents of some of the boys who died. And I will never forget, one parent told me, I just wanted to be acknowledged that my child died needlessly. You see this constant, oh, it's never happened, is a lie, or the media is exaggerating it. It threatens social cohesion more than we will ever be able to know. And I fully expected him to say, oh, let them charge those people to court, or I want some kind of reparation or money. He just wanted an apology from the state that had been tried to protect his son. He wanted it acknowledged that, yes, your son died, and we are so sorry that he died. We failed in our responsibility to protect him and other young boys. So the issues for a lot of these victims and people who have been affected by violence sometimes are as basic as recognition. That's it, just recognize them, acknowledge the harm that has been done, and make sure that they are aware that there are efforts that are being taken for these people to be brought to justice. And so, yeah, I think a lot of the things we know now is because of the media. If not because of the media, we wouldn't know about a lot of these atrocities that are happening. It is difficult, but we continue to do it. We continue to watch those, like an example of that horrific video he spoke about. We have to watch it. We don't have an option because we must report it. And so we watch these things every single day, from Zamfara to Borno to Adamawa to Yobe, because we have to report it. And so journalists, continue to do your job, as difficult as it can be. It is necessary for people to know that these things are happening. People can say that there is no justice, but they cannot say that they did not know that that thing happened, because we are reporting on them as rigorously as we need to. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Hawa. Yes, it can be rigorous, it can be tiring, it can really get to one's mental health, I must tell you. But then it's something that really needs to be done, and reporting this is necessary. We keep talking about interagency collaboration, or helping out each other, talking to each other, going, forward together and all of that. Is that going to help us through this situation, sir? What is your way forward in handling the issues around mass killings, atrocities, and all of that we have been talking about? What would you suggest as the way forward? I know you're not an Arsenal fan, but I love the analogy with Arsenal. Keep at it, just keep at it. But what do you think, sir?
Okay, there are many things we need to do as a way forward. One is to have an understanding nationally that we are all victims. Every Nigerian who dies is a minus to other Nigerians. I think that's one poet, John Donne, he says, death of any man diminishes me because I'm part of humanity. Yeah. Whenever one Nigerian goes down, let's know that we're victims. Now we have a good number of our youths who are now involved in these issues, either in cultism, all manner of crimes, as bandits, as you call them, or terrorists, young men, who ought to contribute to GDP. They are now going the other way around. And some of these young men, most of these young men, are potential spouses to our young girls. They are now in trenches and they're dying. So our women are remain unmarried. We are victims, one way or the other. Another thing is that we need to put life to figures. When you say 44,000, it's just statistic. I hate it. One group I don't like in this country is National Bureau of Statistics. Figures, no life. Look, I've handled dead bodies. I was a police officer, I've carried dead bodies with my bare hands. For like 1 month, I couldn't eat. We've not seen that. We're like 50 here. When you say 50 people were killed in those states, 50. You continue your business. If 50 corpses are here, some of us will have nightmare for 2 weeks. Let's put figures to this. That thing is to also heal ourselves from what I call AIDS. Not the kind of disease we know, but attack immunity delusion syndrome. It's happening in your water, not in my village. It will not come in there. It concerns you. Concern you. If we have that understanding that what is wrong in one community could affect me tomorrow, if not now, tomorrow, we wake up to the reality that we need to protect ourselves and we need to show the way out to anybody in government who is not working towards our safety and security. That's the purpose people are going to vote when they want to vote in January. To bring somebody that what their safety, their security, and their welfare. And whoever is not going to do that, no matter how much money it brings. I saw one video, they were sharing envelopes, collecting voters' cards in exchange. I mean, I'm sorry for Nigerians, the way they're going. We need to realize that we are Nigerians. God placed us in this part of this country. We are not going anywhere else. We must protect this country and make sure it works for all of us.
I love that part you talked about, the attack immunity delusion syndrome. Going back to Chibok, I remember that so well because a lot of people were like, nah, them, it's happening there, it's not happening here. So, the concern was just the care, and the concern wasn't there because it was so far away. But here we are, right? Here we are today. Barbara, moving forward, and your thoughts for everyone who is here, everyone who is watching and probably listening to this. What do we do from now on? How exactly do we approach this? Should we go on and have more protests, to wake up the system? Should we be on the streets? What should we do?
Protest is good. It's a right protected by the Constitution. So it's a strategy that can be adopted. However, protests can either be physically when we go and gather on an issue, or we can protest through the ballots. We know what's happening. It's not only at the national level. Sometimes we tend to focus a lot at the national level. These atrocities are very local and they happen in our communities. You see a lot of even attacks and even the violation of the rights to freedom of expression, even at the state level. Local government chairmen are not allowing people to do what is expected of them. Governors are also doing that. So it's important that we protest at the ballot, and we're about to do that. And if we don't do it, we would go back to the same circle. Secondly, accountability. Accountability is broad. I don't think we can address it only one way, like mentioned. In 2014, when the DDR through operations Safe Corridor started, the focus was only on, we're ready to bring these guys to reintegrate them into the society. We went to Maiduguri and we had a community engagement, and the community people were looking at us, are you guys, what do you mean? They were actually looking at the military person who was then the coordinator in amazement. This is just how many years down the line and you're talking about reintegration. Who are you really reintegrating? Is it the terrorists into our communities with us when we are not yet healed? So justice is what the community wants. Justice is what the victim wants. Justice is what the Nigerian society wants. Justice can also include the criminal justice process, which is what is happening. Recently, we were able to observe, although our report is not yet out, the prosecution of some of the terrorists across different parts of the country. And it's also worrisome. We might be thinking that, okay, maybe victims, but perpetrators, there's also some semblance and likelihood of injustice going on. When you say somebody is alleged to have been a member of Boko Haram or IPOB, IPOB is a terrorist group. Unfortunately, that's what we have as a country. And then you say the person was caught, is alleged to have transported 40 calibers to so-so location. Oga CP is here. When you bring such a person to trial, should you not be tendering such an evidence before the person is prosecuted and found guilty? So I think that's an area we also need to think about, because we also see perpetrators. We know what happened in Kuje, where their colleagues released some of them from detention. What's going on? What is justice for them also? So it is all encompassing. Now, if we don't do that, we'll keep on going around this circle. We're breeding more perpetrators. Young people are being conscripted. He said it. Young boys, girls are being conscripted. And then when they come back into the society, we don't want to reintegrate them. We rather want to reintegrate terrorists. We are not saying no to reintegration. as an organization, but it seems we're looking at it as a one-way traffic, because the victims will soon suddenly become perpetrators themselves if they see there's no justice in the Nigerian society. So for me, I think that's the concern. It needs to be holistic. If not, the ticking time bomb, I think very soon would actually blow off, and it might be unfortunate for us as a country.
And you know, when we get to the point where the victims now become perpetrators, then we're actually at a very, very dangerous precedent. Our panelists have spoken. I'm sure you would have a question, you would have a thought, you would have a contribution to make. So let's just give some time for that. I never talk now. Wow. Okay, so I see 4 hands here. I see 4, I see 5, I see 6, 7. Okay, so let's do that. A minute each, and let's just do that very quickly. So just straight to the point. 7, 4 here, there's 5 there. We'll just do 3. Oh, 3 or 4. Okay, so who do we drop? From your row, who do we, sorry? So 2 males and 2 females, right? It's all right. It's all right. So we'll do a male and female. Do we have any female here?
Yeah. There's one.
Okay, so
let's do
all
it like
the
this.
females are here.
Okay, let's do it like this. One, the lady here. Then there is another lady there. That's 2 ladies. Then I will do 1 here. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Yes, there will be an open dialogue. This is specifically for the panelists. So please tell us your name and then your organization and the panelist you're addressing the question.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your presentation. My name is Helen Basieyo, Executive Director of Life Enhancement and Reformative Network, Akwa Ibom. So my question is, in situation where there is denial, suppression of evidence, or restriction on media coverage surrounding preventable death and mass atrocities, such as initial response to the Chibok girls, adoption, what practical mechanism can civil society like myself, the media, and the international community use to ensure accountability, preserve collective memory, and also to protect the value of Nigerian lives?
That's addressed to Hawa? Right?
Okay.
Okay.
Is she going to take it or
to Hawa?
All the
Hawa.
questions first?
No, all questions first,
Okay.
please.
Second lady.
Okay, I don't know whether it's afternoon, but good morning, everyone. Good morning. My name is Nelish Nehru Mary James. I'm from Nesta Capital Limited. So my question is to Mrs. Jonathan. So I want to understand what you mean by holding them accountable. Should we strike? Because, I mean, the government. Should we strike? The last time we did, we all saw what happened with the NSAT, whatever. Then you said we should keep trying. For how long? So if we keep trying, when we die, our children continue trying. Because I think we are already normalizing this in our society, that we don't feel like it's nothing against us. So let them just keep doing what they're doing. To our CP, we are talking about security, right? We've been in some dialogues that they talk about solutions like empowering vigilantes for local communities. But then, how sure are we that when we empower these people, that they're not going to abuse it? I mean, we've seen where police officers shoot people in broad daylight, and then nothing is, although they say they've been brought to justice, but we are yet to see it. It's more like what Awa is saying. We don't hear the end of it. We just keep on hearing, oh, they've been doing this, they've been doing that. So how do we track these processes that have been done? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I believe she has asked question for the others.
Yeah,
Because only her, she has like 3 questions. So please, let's keep it brief because there will be an open dialogue.
We have an open dialogue coming. Yeah.
Okay. Good morning or afternoon.
Good morning.
My name is Sylvester Ibis from Bauchi Human Rights Network. My question, though it's a question, is also a contribution to Barbara. Your last statement on the issue of the perpetrators are being rehabilitated and reintegrated in the society, while the victims are left at the mercy of God and the community. If care is not taken, when the victims became the perpetrators, the country will not have a place to contend with us. So what is the solution to this? That's my question.
Thank you so much. Finally.
You are finally.
Good morning. Wonderful insights, I will say. My name is Isaac Joshua. I present I Am Change Humanitarian Organization. So just a quick one. My question goes directly to the CP. Just of recent, I was part of the team that went to Barikin Ladi community in Plateau State. So we had 3 days trauma counseling sections for victims of Barikin Ladi Riom. Then as well, I'm going to Kuba communities, just recent attacks that happened there. So one of the key take homes that I brought back was the fact that, because of the fact that I interacted with these women, we're actually particular on victims, survivors of those attacks from Barikin Ladi local government, and I'm going to Kuba. Okay. They all were present. So one key thing they made mention was the fact that these bandits, as we call them, or headsmen or so whatsoever, most times they have a network of how the liars share information. And most times before they come to the communities, they normally give notification saying that we are coming. So my question on CP is that what are we doing in terms of early warning, early response? Be mindful of the fact that these people will come to the community and notify them of their coming.
Okay.
Be mindful, we don't know when they will come, but they will surely come.
Okay.
Then secondly,
all right,
how can we build trust with the security agencies? Because I made mention that one of the persons, I'll quote, he said, these people buy time. So they go to the Nigerian army and buy 1 hour for them to invade the community. So they buy 1 hour. So you find that when they come in, the security agents will not come out to actually assist them. See, when it's clocked that 1 hour before they come in. So how can we avert such? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
you.
Very critical. Let's start with you, Ie, with the response to the question on holding government accountable and for how long.
Okay. I think it's very important that we kind of understand our spaces, what we can do and what we can bring to the table. I always believe in the principle of your 5 loaves and your 2 fish, right? We know the story. You bring this and it can be multiplied, but you never know until you try, right? The fact that we had NSAS, and I'm still looking forward to us holding accountable the people who were responsible for that NSAS. It will happen. But do your part, whatever you can. You may not be able to take a placard and go and stand on the streets. There are some who can. But if you have the funds, support those people. You may not be able to, for example, do what, for example, my brother Ken does with We the People, or be able to stand up here and do whatever. But there are organizations like Global Rights, Enough is Enough, who are doing campaigns. Key in, your voice matters. What the oppressors do is they make us believe that your individual voice does not. It does. Speak up. Ask the uncomfortable questions. Yes, it takes courage. But pray to the Creator for that courage. He will give you. I'm a testament to that. He will give you. You work, I think you said with next year, you have data. You have access to data. Some people are graphic artists. They have a way they can design the data and share the information, and an infographic can make all the difference. Am I correct? When we had Chibok, or let me not even go, let me go to a more recent one. Yawata, who brought it to the world? Very dark man. Am I correct? He went there with his phone and just with courage filmed and put it out, because already my beloved government was ready to start as usual, denying. And if your own space, speak the truth, even if your voice shakes. And I want to appeal to our brothers and sisters who are working in government, they are working in security agencies and all of that. Let us do the right thing. Because one day, it's like as CP said, it affects all of us. It affects all of us. We've seen the ones that were posting on, oh, we love this, we love that. The next few months later, they're the same people that the thing came and caught.
Yeah.
So we're all affected. Okay. But it's just to do a bit. So I think that holding people accountable, there are different ways. You can write letters. I'm sure we've seen that post circulating about the man that went to sued the policeman who had kept him for hours. And under certain laws, he could actually sue him in the Federal High Court, right? And enforce his rights. It's those little things. It's those little things. If there is an insurgency in your community, let's not look away. Let us ask questions. Nothing stops us from writing to a governor and saying, please, governor, they've attacked my community. What are you doing? What are we doing? How can we help? You know, they have the cyberbullying law now, right? Which they are using to harass people with it, right? I want to appeal. I see my brother is a policeman here. Please, the police, also let us read these laws. Okay. We know them. So let us not, let us do what is right. But in terms of holding people accountable, and just how to do that, there are many ways to kill a chicken, right? Or you have to, sometimes it may not be writing and saying, oh, you governor, you're useless. That's not helpful. Write a letter. Get your friends to write a letter and sign, respectfully asking. I've noticed when you do that, they sit up a bit. They know, okay, people are watching.
Right.
And lastly, please, I will still say it. Get your PVC. Come out in numbers and vote. We're all they've lied to you that your PVC does not count, but they are giving money to collect people's PVC. Are you seeing? If at a polling unit, 700 people come out, you get your neighbors to come out. Me, I know that if those guys come with their tear gas or they come with their little, they want to come and start shooting in the air, the 700 people overpower them.
Okay.
But we have to make that change and let's make that move. So please, let's not give up again.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. All right, so go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for your question. I like to think of the work that journalists and the civil society do as some kind of a relay race. Where one person's work stops, the other is supposed to pick up. And this usually is done through collaboration. I want to emphasize that with collaboration we had at Human and Good with Amnesty International sometime last year. We had reported about 42 men who had been detained by the Nigerian military over 10 years ago. And since that day, nobody had ever seen them again. And in the aftermath of that investigation, those men were actually released. Not all of them, because many of them had died. But those that were released, they underwent a lot of torture, so much so that one had his ear cut off, and then one had gone completely blind. So what we did with Amnesty was that we did an advocacy meeting organized in Borno State, because a lot of those men were from Borno State, and we invited members of the civil society and from the international community, and we invited the survivors as well, the men whose stories that we had told, and we had this dialogue and conversation. So I found that it's a lot more impactful if you collaborate with other respected organizations doing work that is very similar to yours. So that's one way that civil society could lend their voice to the conversation. If there is an investigation that a media organization has done and you feel needs a lot more impact, to reach out to that organization, offer your services, tell the organization what you can do and how you think you can collaboratively move the conversation forward. And trust me, there will be some kind of impact from it.
All right. Amazing. Thank you so much. Briefly, sir.
Okay, thank you. Two questions I'll answer together about vigilante and the rest of them. There are informal sectors of policing we have in this country. Sometimes we call them non-state actors, vigilante, hunters, and the rest of them. The Nigerian police is partnering with all of them. In fact, I run a school of public relations. We've been training hunters because of late, the government has realized that we need to have some of these hunters to help us in the fight against insecurity. If you go up northeast, you have the civilian JTF, that's civilians. But going along with the military, a good number of them have died in the course of it. Now, in the course of their operations, I had a course to train some of them in military. I told you you were trained by the military. So the military has an ego in this country, everywhere in the world, anyway. So you now think that you are above everybody else. You take that attitude to your families, and in your relationship with the police, who are the managers of internal security, it will create problems for you. The thing is that you have to cooperate with somebody who is the chairman of this area. We are doing that training to stop them from abuse of human rights. And any of them that does that is brought to book. And that also applies to the police. Whenever a police officer does what he ought not to do, or fails to do what he ought to do, he is held to account. You can read my book, Discovering the Police. We have put that severally. Then the police will practice what they call OYO. You are on your own. If you roast beer, you smell it. You're on your own. Nobody covers you for doing what is wrong.
Right.
And about last week, madam.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Back in Ladi, Isaac, Change Nigeria. Very good name you have. Bandits may give information, or criminals may give information that are coming. Now, I like watching cartoons, Cartoon Network. I like cartoons a lot. You see Tom and Jerry, they move like this. It's just to come in silently and surprise you. If thieves tell me that they'll come to my house by 12 noon today, by 5 a.m., I'll start preparing. But what the enemy does is to strike when you are least expecting him. Surprise. So if they give information that they will come, the normal thing is that you escalate the information to those who have to help you, prepare yourself, harden your targets, so it is not easy for them to enter. But then when they do enter, the police officers who have got this early warning sign ought to prepare themselves and to deal with it as appropriate. About trust, there was one police PRO there, Alozio Gubuaja. He says, if you hate the police, next time you are in trouble, call a thug. You can call MC Olomo, as the case may be. Now you need to trust the group established by law to help your security. If you don't trust them, you don't give them information, you are actually on your own. They are paid to serve you. And if they fail to serve you, hold them to account. That will help us get out of this.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Barbara, what to do?
Yes, what to do with respect to reintegration. I think the first thing is, what does justice mean for those victims? Sometimes we assume we know what it is. Like giving an example, severally when you engage with them, what they want is not what you're thinking. But of course, I think when Ken was giving the opening remark, and as we know, security and welfare is the responsibility of government. So government should then look inwards and see what needs to be done, because the Nigerian society is not secured and we keep on being in those spaces. I just wanted to add the question on accountability. Sometimes you think it's bleak. Before we got ACJA, we spent 20 years. Before we got VAP, we spent about 20 years also.
Yeah.
Before even recently, we got some semblance of response on Dadiata. We spent 6 years. We're hearing something. We're getting somewhere. When they for Kwara, you know, the situation of the Fulanis, you know, there are also innocent people in that space also. There are some people that have been detained in Kwara. Recently, we got information the government is doing something around it. Tiger Base, Amnesty released a report on Tiger Base. The police has suddenly done some, we need it to be better, sir, and I know you're retired, but the police has done something with respect to Tiger Base. So sometimes it seems very bleak, my sister at the back, but you need to keep up. They don't like the naming and shaming. They don't like the disgrace. Once Amnesty reports comes out, I'm sure a lot of organizations, they're at our office, they're sending messages, they're making calls. Are you sure? But ensure that what you're doing is credible, your information is factual, there's evidence. If not, once the punch is not true, that's the end for you. They can shut down that organization because legitimacy might also be a problem. So you need to keep up. I don't want us to give up, because once we give up, then we don't have a country. Thank you.
Absolutely. I think that's just a fine place to leave this and to remind ourselves that we are all affected in one way or the other. It may seem a bit far away, but one way or the other, we are all affected. Now, the people on the street may not understand kinetic, non-kinetic, this or that, that we're doing. But then we at our various levels and our various spheres of influence and control can hold the government accountable and demand that perpetrators are punished and also seen to be punished. There's a way to punish somebody, but when it is obvious, especially to the victim, that this person is punished, it makes a difference. We need to recognize and understand the plight of victims, to acknowledge their pain and humanize them. They're beyond numbers. It's not just about the statistics, but it's also about the people behind those statistics. And of course, we need to keep hope alive. No matter what, we need to keep it going and not stop, because at the end of the day, we hope, all of us need a better country. All of us hope for a better country, and we need to keep this alive. We have a voice. We have voices in various ways. We have voices in our PVCs. I heard somebody say over there, does it work? No need. I heard someone say it over there. But the point is, if we don't try, if we don't do it, then we can just sit back and say, they work. But the point is, put in your effort. Make the effort. Make a difference wherever you find yourself. I'm so grateful to the panelists today. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being here. Thank you, Hawa, for your insight. Thank you, CP, for your insight. And Barbara, thank you so much for your insight as well. I hope this has been helpful. I know we've overstretched a little bit, but then it has been so helpful for me, and I hope it has been for you as well. Please give it up for the panelists today. Thank you.
And thank you for the great moderation.
Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so very much. So the conversation you want to tell us in regards to what you experience, regards insecurity from where you come from, or there is an advice, or like it's just going to be a conversation. And like I said, the panelists are still around. If you'd like to ask questions, now is the right time. Where do I start from? Okay. Is it a question? Let me start with that. Sorry.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Odi Lagi from Nulai, Nigeria. I just want to maybe give an advice or a comment contributing to what everybody have said, especially in line of giving up. Sometimes in Nigeria, we're often in a hurry. And some of the contributing factors to the lack of governance, to corruption in the country. But that also, being in a hurry, means that we give up on pursuing reform and change. And history is important. I know we don't have it a lot in our school system. It's been taken away, and our reading culture have dwindled. But you look at other countries that have existed, and we refer to as developed countries. American civil movement started from before 1950, but the 1950 cross was the Board of versus Brown decision of the Supreme Court. At that point, the Supreme Court made a decision, no more segregation, but that did not make it stop. The movement then started. They wanted to see it happen. Now the law has given, the highest court on the land have made a decision, and the people had to start moving. It took another 14 years before they got the Civil Rights Act passed, before they got certain manifestation of what they were fighting. And that was 1968. And that before we remember the assassination of Martin Luther King, several others were assassinated year in, year out until that moment. And it still didn't give them everything they were asking for. The movement continued, maybe at a lesser stage. But throughout that period, what I'm saying is, throughout that period, if you go and look at the history, year by year, there were different groups in different states organizing and doing what they needed to do at any point in time, using whatever topic of that can connect to what the Civil Rights Act was looking for. They used it and they organized. What I'm saying is especially when I see questions from who are called the younger generation, some of us were primed with the military rule. We were able to go to school when student union in Nigeria was student union, when we could learn how to organize, do civil rights, do activism. So we built on that foundation and we came in and we started moving. For a lot of the generation today, the student union has been disrupted. Everything has been politicized, captured, and taken away. Nigerian labor has been captured. So there is not much foundation to build on. But what I'm not saying is, there is also emerging ways to organize. NSAS may have frightened you, but actually, I look at what happened a couple of days ago, how Nigerians were able to get World Bank to lock their comment section. That is the evolving ways of protest. How are we going to use AI? How are you going to use new technology to advance advocacy, to advance protest? These are areas we should start thinking about. Jump ahead and, new generation, bring up new ideas. Some of us are still, we cannot come up with more ideas beyond what we know. Bring up new ideas, how we can use this new technology, new ways of doing things to magnify this type of data that we have. Unfortunately, the media editors, the media owners are also captured. If not, front page newspaper today should be the names of everything in Nigeria that has died in the last year. That should be the front page newspaper. But we don't have that now. But we can find other means to still enter the system. Like they said, Nigeria, there's something I love about Nigerian government. They still have shame. Honestly, they still have shame, especially when it comes to global shaming. Nigerian government still have shame. Make it known. You will see the response. They don't like you bringing them out in the market. They don't like it at all. So we have to find new ways of doing things. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Comrade Michael Olushesebovian. I'm from Osun State. I really want to appreciate the panelists and for what has been discussed so far. We have been raising a lot of issues about having many IDPs, but farther in the Southwest, we never knew how the IDPs are being. But something brought me to some of the IDPs here in Abuja. I was there last week in Abuja, and I was at the IDP camp. What we were hearing was that nothing whatsoever has been provided for those that have been chased away from their homes. But getting there, we were frustrated. They didn't want us to go there to really find out some things. A friend came for a research, so I happened to be his or our research office, assistant. At the end of the day, we got in there, we saw how things were. I wouldn't want to mention the particular camp, but I want to give the detail to our commissioner and the Amnesty and the media so that they can really, I wouldn't know who is really taking care of these IDPs. Toilet facility, you pay before using it. Government has provided it for them or some NGOs, but they still pay to shower. At their visiting place where they receive their visitors, you cannot stay there for 5 minutes without running away because of what comes out of the odor that comes there. Something now really happened that they usually bring things, items and monies, but it never gets to the real victims. And unfortunately, again, on the camp, some homes have been destroyed. Some of their attached apartments have been destroyed because the owners of those lands have been taking them over again. They are now homeless again on a camp. Number 3, one man was sick, now complained that his son was being shot by a police officer on the camp. What is the duty? What will be the duty of a police officer shooting a victim, a displaced person on the camp, and no justice till date? That's why I'm pushing this to the media, in the panel, the commissioner of police, the retired commissioner of police, and Amnesty. Please, we really want to get answers to this. And I will give you the information, I get your information to follow up from Osun. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much for this. I want to add something in regards to what Ms. Odilagi said. How many of us knows that there was a simultaneous kidnapping within the span of 24 hours in Nigeria recently of school children? How many of us knows? How many? Yeah, you know it definitely anyways. Just a few of us. And let me tell you something. Do you know the age of the students? Does anybody knows? The other kidnapping, the age gap is, I think, 2 to 5. The other one is like 10 to 16. And within that period, do you know that 17 policemen were killed? Yes. Maybe the officers knows better than me. Does anybody knows that? This all happened in the span of 48 hours in Nigeria. But let me tell you something. The president speaks only about one of the events, the one that happens in Oyo State. And the only reason why he speaks is because one of the teachers was beheaded by the kidnappers. He did not say anything about the one that happened in Borno, or I don't know about the 17 police officers. Did he say anything about it? He did not. 17 servicemen, the same people that protect the system, dead, nothing about it. I just want to add that. Let me take.
Thank you very much. My name is Ibrahim Idris, and I work for Center for Community Excellence from Zamfara. So I just want to emphasize the fact that there's been a lot of... Can you hear me now? Okay, sorry. I said my name is Ibrahim Idris. I work for Center for Community Excellence from Zamfara. And I just want to re-emphasize the fact that there's been a lot of extrajudicial killings, especially around military precision operations. So you can see in Maru, in Turumbiri, and most recently, just about 2 weeks ago, in Tumfa, Zurmi local government, over 80 civilians were killed in a market precision strike. So we expect the government forces to actually protect our lives, and reverse is the case today. We can see precision strikes, claiming a lot of lives, a lot of civilian lives. So I think this is something we need to really start calling on, and really try to bring the government forces accountable on the civilian lives. So this is something I just want to note. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Obinwa Ifoma, and I work with Alliances for Africa, Imo State. So first of all, I want to appreciate the panelists. When they were being asked the way forward, I was just in my mind, I was like, they will soon talk about implementation of laws. I was so happy when they made it very relatable to how humans feel, the things that are really happening, how we should not give up, how we should see whatever that is happening as is affecting everyone. So I was very impressed because the moderator started by saying, what will be the difference from the gathering today? So I was like, same old story. So I was very, very impressed. So going over to the things or the discussion of the day, when I saw the data on Imo State, I was, it did not give me joy at all because it undermined what is happening in Imo State, especially now when it comes to farmer header clash, or if not even farmer, just armed headers, that just cause conflicts and issues in the communities. Just last week, some communities were on the run. And I know many people don't even know about it. Southeast, when I saw Anambra, when I saw like some communities in Anambra, Oka, Aguku, that place is like every time there are abductions. And then when I saw the data, and you will see only 5 or 2. Seriously, it was very, and it now points to on the reportage of these happenings, and which is, I would say, is because of there are no victim protections. There are no protection for witnesses, there are no protection for journalists, there are no protection of human rights defenders. So people are scared to come outside to actually state what is happening. And I don't know how that can be solved, because we need data like that shows like a true representation of what is happening in the community, especially in the Southeast. So I don't know how that can happen, but it really needs to happen for this data to capture, so that when people are seeing it, people can prefer solutions to the Southeast. Now, people think that it's only in the South, in the North that these things are, but now it is fast encroaching the Southeast, and it's it's disturbing. Secondly, security agencies should stop treating communities as suspects. We've seen some, like in Imo State, Obako, there was one day that they gathered for someone's burial, and the security agency just moved in. I don't know on which information they got, but they wiped out the youth that were in the burial. Yes, it happened in Imo State. When they asked, they said they are working on information that they are that kind of thing. And we just, after that happened, I don't think nothing has been said again about those, that thing that happened. So, and it's in that community now, maybe people don't even remember it. Everybody have moved on. So I feel communities should have a remembrance days for these things that happen, to hold accountable, and to also bring reconciliation to the things that happen, to also document histories. There should be a remembrance days in communities for these mass killings. I think that will help us to, document history and improve accountability. Okay, I think that's all. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so very much. So let me clarify something. The numbers you see on the screen is the verifiable available data, verifiable. We understand there is a massive issue and underreporting, especially in the South. That's why the numbers in the South is always, but these are the verifiable, because you cannot just go and put out a number that you cannot verify. You know them, they know themselves, I'll not mention them. They will come at some point, maybe they ask you to verify, you cannot be able to, so these are the verify. But I promise you, this is probably 1/4 of what is happening, even the numbers. Exactly. Yes, because when you go to their places in Zamfara, that probably you are from Zamfara, probably they don't even have network. They have to move to another place before they can even be able to report. And another thing is we don't even have national dailies or TVs that will report it. And forget NTA, they don't even report this kind of thing. So I just want to add that to it. So before I come to you, briefly.
Thank you so much. I actually wanted to speak to the underreporting you talked about. For whatever figures you've seen here today, put times 3. Times 3. Because that's the reality. I'm from Cross River State, and I saw the figures for Cross River State. And I know that this year alone, abductions that have happened along the Oron Calabar route, sea route, have been more than 4 between 2025 and now. When they were writing JAM, an entire boat was taken of school children. More than 38, an entire boat just taken once. And it has gotten so bad that people People have lost, and this is the bigger threat, the fact that people have lost confidence in the government. This is the bigger threat. Nobody bothers going to report to the police anymore. There are people who are specialists now in negotiating ransom. So if a kidnapping happens, they say, hey, Mr. Tony, when they kidnapped his brother, who negotiated that he was released? Right? And they go and meet him, he comes, and he gives you his charge for negotiation. Because he's an expert at negotiating with kidnappers to rescue people. My friend, and I'll mention the name, Prince Ekbere, he works in social action. His brother-in-law was kidnapped. And we all contributed money, to get him out. He's pretty rich, but he couldn't access his account in detention. Yeah? And I have contributed money to release people this year, thrice. 3 times. In Port Harcourt, three different times. So these things are so routine, and people have lost confidence in the government, and that's the real threat. And it pushes me to the next point. Obi made a comment, and I agree absolutely, that we need to keep pushing. But when you keep pushing to an irresponsible and non-responsive government, what next? What next? The government thinks it's business as usual, but the existence of the government is at risk. When you keep pushing for accountability is a decent demand. It's civil engagement. But there are non-civil strategies also, which we are getting very close to. People will begin to take the laws into their own hands. You can't keep telling people, don't protect yourselves. Okay? You can't get a gun license. You can't form a vigilante to protect yourself. You can't keep telling people that when every single day people invade their communities and murder them and nothing happens. There will be an extent, and communities will massively start taking measures to protect themselves. That's when the real threat comes. The final point I want to make is on the subject matter of how the government handles issues of response to mass atrocities. The more heinous it seems a crime is, an atrocity is, the more desperate the government is to grant a pardon. So if you have demonstrated profound capacity to cause harm, to murder, to cause carnage and destruction, you are at a higher level of being pardoned. Even the government is overwhelmed by what you're able to do and says, you know what, we forgive you. So it seems, right? I come from the Niger Delta region, and I was there in 2009 when the government granted amnesties to people who were kidnapping and stealing, basically, right? Since that amnesty was granted in 2009, we have granted at least 21 more amnesties. 21 more times. Wike granted amnesty to cultists in Ogoni. To cultists, to bandits, to armed robbers, to kidnappers, just keep granting amnesty. It's a door that when you open, there's no shutting it. Anytime the government talks about reintegration, right? You have made a mistake. A mistake has already been made. What do you say? I'll tell you a story and I'll end on this note. In 2019, May, a bunch of guys stormed a community in Ogoniland in Rivers State. They went house to house. They first told the women to leave the community. Then they went house to house, killing people. A few ran into the bush. Some were maimed. They died in the bush. In total, 46 people were killed in one night in Ogoni. They didn't make it to the media. And out of these 46, about 6 were beheaded. 2 of the heads were used to do a side, five-a-side, small football match. Yeah, with people's head in Ogoni community. And then when Governor Wike granted the amnesty, the people who perpetrated the act had the opportunity of coming back into the community. They came back to the community. They had town hall meetings, with the people whose they killed. They go to the same market. They worship in the same churches. Celebrate the same festival. And that was amnesty. That's a pardon. I call it a time bomb, just waiting to explode.
You want to say something? I don't even know what to say after this story.
I think the only thing I can actually say, thank you, my co-chair. We know we have work. And I think this year's National Day of Mourning, which we have, today is the 21st, we're culminating activities on the 28th. Am I correct, AJ? I think these next 7 days, we have to really make it count. We've heard the stories, we've heard these atrocious, it's inconceivable. And I've come to believe actually in the power of letter writing. I'm not talking about tweets now. The old-fashioned way we used to write letter, type. Because when you go and put it on social media and you call out that person, they'll say you're cyberbullying. Is that not correct? The lawyers in the house, correct me. If I write the letter and I send it to your office, right? And whatever, am I cyberbullying you? Thank you. So I think it's important that we, in our own communities, in our circles of influence, I want to appeal to all of us. Let's take the time, right? Maybe we can ask, I'm always looking for solution and what we can do. So my team, AJ, everybody, I think perhaps we should actually, we have the records, we have some of what we've said here. We should have a letter, we can adapt or whatever, and we should actually make it our point to print these things. It may take a little money, and get as many signatures as we can and forward to our various governments at local, at state, and to the presidency. Me, I'm of the opinion, I know we're, what's the word? Non-political and non-partisan. But we have, at every point in time, there is a particular government in place. Is that correct? So if your state is being run by a PDP person, please let them know that for these things continuing, we are not going to give you our vote if things don't change. And it should be at the same level, whether it is an APC person, whether it is a Labour person, whether it is whoever else is there, I don't know, ADC, whatever. But let us not be swayed by what we are hearing. Things cannot change. We're not powerless. In fact, the government fears us. That's why when there's any little thing, they crush it quickly. But if we work together, we can overcome. What I'm hearing, Ken, to me is just giving me fuel. That's why I say we cannot be tired. Because the evildoers are not tired. They don't get tired. In fact, they perpetrate the evil. Then when the thing catches up with them, they come and meet us. Am I lying, Barbara? So there are some that were the ones that were arresting people when they were in government. We know a number of them. When they get out of government and get in trouble, they'll start calling amnesty, calling global rights, calling whatever. Are we lying? We know a number of them. We shall not name names, right? So it's just a matter of time before somebody else becomes a victim. So I want to appeal to us. This thing should be fuel and fire to us. Our children cannot grow up like this. Some of us have we've seen some of the children killed. There's a 2-year-old in captivity right now. We should by now be writing and asking, what are you people doing about this thing? I personally think that before we leave here today, we should have a petition signed to the president and to the Oyo state government and the Borno state government to say, free these people. And we should by now have written to the government to say, you need to review this DDRR, what do you call it? That repentant terrorist program. We should. Let us not stop. Let us not stop. I know we feel tired. We think we're issuing statements, but let us, if we need to change tactics, let's change tactics. Let's just keep at it, please, because so much is at stake. Thank you for sharing your stories. Ken, thank you for telling us that. It's amazing. And indeed, that justice will still come. Thank you.
All right. So this is rather emotional. I'm not an emotional person like that, but it feels very sad. We can remember I want to add this, we can remember the president was in Plateau Airport, not Plateau, Plateau Airport. And he promised that what happened will never happen. Okay. There is an analysis from Daily Trust. From 3rd of April to 10th of May, there is 14 different separate attacks in the same Plateau state that he was at their airport to say that it will not happen again, with not less than 50 victims verified. There are more than that, definitely. I have Mr. Rexy, he's from Plateau State. This is a promise that he made at their airport, because for me, he didn't go to the city, he went to their airport. And after that visit, there is 14 to 10th of May, today is 21st. There are even like few more attacks in the past few days. So it's more than 14 separate attacks. From that day that he left to 10th of May, 14 different attacks with not less than 50 victims, most of them women and children. Let me just give to Mr. Rezi brief.
Okay. Let me stand on the existing protocol as it is. Ladies and gentlemen, if you didn't know this yet, we are on our own. Between the airport and where, mostly people are, you would not be able to just use 1 gallon. You would have to blow to get into town from the airport. So yes, it was in the outskirts of town, even though there's a community around there, but the point has been made. And more shocking for me is the fact that some of the people who were in that room, I could not believe what they were saying. Because ordinarily they were the people that were championing. I saw a few of them who were once champions. I could not believe. I had to ask myself whether these people are cloned, because all of a sudden it became politically expedient not to just say it like it is. So I will not dwell on that for now. There are two things I basically want to speak to. First, I think I've caught the feelers that there is a need for more hands to be on deck on the issues around verifiable data. I would like to say that we might need to work together, community of practice, global rights, to ensure that there is a template. There is we need to be able to agree on how we can agree what is verifiable data, and how individuals in this room and beyond this room can be able to help to ensure that there are more verifiable data beyond the scope of what is usually available to us or to global rights to be able to use. I know that there has been trainings on Eyewitness and a couple of other apps that can usually be used to say this data is verifiable, and we can help, because we need to ramp up our data and ensure that as much as possible from the 1/10 that we're getting now, where we get it something closer to, the numbers that we need to speak to. I think that will help a great deal. Secondly, because we're also talking about what to do, what next. Sometime last year, I decided that, I was in that position, and I said to myself, there might be a need to do a few radical things. And one of the radical things I decided to do was to look at the Firearms Act. And I came up with a theory, because I noticed that some of the issues that were being discussed there, because the question that kept coming up, especially after T.Y. Denjuma had spoken about protecting yourself, and a couple of other people, even the director of DSS, you remember that time, he was very clear about it and said people needed to protect themselves. And I was asking myself, what are the frameworks that are available for protecting oneself? And I found out that we were only dwelling on certain parts of some of the laws that we have, or the Firearms Act. And there were certain parts of it that if the government was serious, but we all know now they are not, right? If they were serious, we'll be able to get to a place. And I wrote a couple of articles, took a few interviews. One of them was sent to Home Angle as well. I'm still waiting for you to consider publishing that one as well. And the point that was being made is that there are certain African countries, including Kenya and a couple of other developed economies, that have gotten to a place whereby, citizens, we agree, we have less than 200,000 plus people, and we cannot we cannot be adequately policed. Agreed. What are you doing to ensure that citizens can also protect themselves? And I do not take that argument that everybody is a madman. There are certain things that can be done, certain training, certain certifications and everything that everybody who owns a firearm can be in a database and can be monitored so that there is no irresponsible. And I went on with that idea. Now, what am I trying to do with this? I'm basically trying to put the word out there and argue that if you keep saying that you cannot adequately police all of us, there are ways we can go about this whole thing. Now, I'm expecting one or two things to happen. One, it is either you then agree with us and you sit down and you say, you know what, there are probably ways of doing this thing and we agree with you, or you say, you know what, we don't need to go this route. We don't need to go this route. We will do better. We will employ 2,000 policemen or get the regular number or the kind of number that is necessary to be able to safeguard the Nigerian citizenry. The thing that I'm saying ultimately is that in your spaces where you are, you must be a disruptor. You must have conversations that are not comfortable so that you can be able to get them to a place where, especially take this conversation internationally, where you cannot shame the shameless at home. The best place to shame is outside this country. Make it global, get it out there. And that is why some of the conversations we're having at the Middle Belt for concerns, for instance, with EA, is how can we make the conversations as uncomfortable as possible and at the world stage? If we can all get out there and do the needful, I assure you we may start to see a semblance of some getting it together. If not, like I said at the beginning, we're totally on our own.
Thank you very much. Like you said, we are on our own. I've known that for a long time. That's why I know where I travel to and where I don't travel to. So in case you don't know, this is breaking news for you. So we are almost out of time, but I'm going to take like those maybe two people and make it 30 seconds, please, briefly.
My name is Mary Alu, and I work with Girls and Goals Initiative. I just want to touch on the aspect of the growing online terrorism space that Ajole spoke about. Because we have the physical space that we're not able to man, and now we have the online space, and there are no laws, that protect people from this. There are no laws or policies put in place to arrest people, that engage in terrorism. Now there is a high rise of people who come on TikTok live to punish young people, to behead. There's a video I just received today of 3 young people who were kidnapped, and then the perpetrators were burning plastic, and the droplets were coming on the bodies of these young people. And these things happen on TikTok live. In a government where we can arrest somebody who does hate speech in less than 24 hours, and then people are live on TikTok, it's just, I can't wrap my mind around it. And there's a difference when you shoot someone and when you cause that kind of harm, and then you are now reintegrated back into the society. I think there's a problem with that. Another thing I want to talk about is about the human angle to insecurity. Yes, the government needs to wake up. Yes, it's a national problem, but there's a human angle to this. We human beings too, we perpetrate some of these things in our own way. I'll give an example with what the first speaker talked about in the IDP camps, and how when he went there, the things were not distributed equitably. We went to an IDP camp that we just discovered in Nasarawa State, Maraba to be precise. A lot of people don't know that IDP camp is there, and they've operated for 10 years. And no intervention is going there. No, and then when people send stuff there, nobody sent. The logbook I checked as at yesterday, they had only 2 people who have come to offer help to them. So we have to also talk about behavioral change, because we human beings, we have issues too. And if we don't change it, if the next government come and the next government we are fighting for 20 to 50 years from now, if our attitude don't change, these things will continue. So I just want to tell us all that before an issue becomes a national issue, it was first a family issue, then a region issue, then to the community, and then we started having state issues and national problems. So we have to start cutting it down from the family or from individual state before we get to national crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'll take just one more, but I want to add this. Okay, just briefly, we are out of time.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I am happy with this conversation because I need to talk on behalf of citizens with disabilities. Our numbers kept increasing day by day due to crisis, kidnapping, and a lot of evil crises or evil vices. At this point in time, how can we synergize, collaborate, and ensure that persons with disabilities are given their rights to live comfortable and independently without crisis? Because on this number of deaths, there were persons with disabilities. That's why I left what I was doing, and I'm here to be part of the conversation on behalf of citizens with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we give her a big round of applause? It's not easy to do this. Okay, so we have a few online audience and some have written a few comments. Let me see if I can. Can you adjust it, please? Okay, so Mr. Robert said, this was my post on Facebook timeline yesterday. The day dishonesty in the affairs of governance is removed, leadership will have its meaning of service. Nigerians must be discontent with the situation today and rise against complacency in the parts of our rulers from villages to the federal government. Well said. Can you move the other one up? Okay. So Mr. Akpan said, our problem in Nigeria is that we are talking too much. We are always is so apt. Like actually we talk too much. We have our data, but we are not even using the data to speak to the right people. We rather go and be looking at the nonsense rigged primary election they are doing, and we are talking about it instead of talking about what is going on. So you say our problem in Nigeria is that we are talking too much. We are always very active until we are not in the dining table. But once the dining table, we observe table manners. Where is the lie? This is because let me tell you, this is very unfortunate. I don't want to say all of them, but most of these politicians that are vying to be in office, if they will be given a seat at the table in this present government, they might likely not vie for the office, especially for the president and the vice president. Maybe ministers, so people that want to be governors, you call them and give them a minister or something. They might not even run against the incumbent government. Let me do the last one. Okay, so this one is for Hawa anyways. Somebody say bravo for that insightful analysis about gunshot victims' memory and their gory experience in their own land. Yeah, you can read more about most of our analysis on human angle. I think it's like every week. Yeah, every week. So you can take up that from our audience online, whoever write that. This must be your secret crush or something. Okay, so I don't think, I'm going to round this up with this. We don't know how the situation we are in is even worse now than before. But in case you don't know, let me give you this analysis. Boko Haram started July 25th, 2009. That was the beginning of Nigeria's major insecurity crisis. From 2009 to 2015, when the Boko Haram attack was very intense, do you realize that Nigeria did not lose a single general in that period? How many did we lose now? How many? I'll leave you with that. This is how terrible the situation is. It's a general we are talking about. Somebody with troops, a whole battalion to command, not an ordinary soldier on the street or police officer or civil defense or that. Just look at that. I'll leave you with that. And this has come to the end of our conversation. I hope it has been insightful and it has been a good experience sharing. I'm going to hand over to my Oga, Ms. Noya Sedi, who is our program manager, to take us on the key highlights and takeaway of the day. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mohammed. And thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you to our audience. Thank you for your feedback, your questions, your comments, and your contribution. So I will just quickly run through some of our key talking points today. I'm sure that this list is not exhaustive and there is more. And there's a comprehensive report being compiled. And once that's done, key takeaways will be made public. But for the sake of this conversation, I will just run through very quickly some of the things that we have discussed today, some key highlights. First is that the normalization of violence and preventable death poses a serious threat to human dignity and democratic governance. Amnesty programs without justice or protection may encourage impunity rather than sustainable peace. Nigeria's security institutions, particularly the police, face structural and operational challenges that hinder effective protection of citizens. Documentation and memorialization of victims are critical tools for advocacy, accountability, and preserving institutional memory. The government must urgently prioritize citizen protection in line with its constitutional responsibility. Civil society organizations continue to play a vital role in amplifying victims' voices, demanding accountability, sustaining public awareness on mass atrocities in Nigeria. Conflict reporting requires physical presence, and physical presence requires financial and psychological resources. The justice sector is deliberately underfunded and ill-equipped so that the elites can have a grip on the sector. People with disabilities are disproportionately affected by mass atrocities in Nigeria. By way of thinking forward, what are the ways forward that we highlighted today? The need to keep being hopeful, to keep tracking and shining the light on the evil of mass atrocities in our nation until desired change is achieved. I think that was a recurring theme here today. We also need to have a national understanding that we are all victims and acknowledge that mass atrocities are being perpetrated by all of us, whether we see it now or we don't. We need to put lives to all the figures being recorded. We need to protest at the ballots. Please get your PVCs. We need to hold the government accountable and ensure that justice is served in order to prevent the victims from becoming perpetrators. Communities should have a remembrance day to remember all those lost to mass atrocities. There is a need to define what verifiable data is and explore means of ensuring there is more verifiable data beyond the scope of what is immediately available to us. We need to be disruptors and we need to be comfortable having uncomfortable conversations on the global stage. So a good start will be the National Day of Mourning, which we're commemorating on the 28th of May. Like I said earlier, it's a citizen-led movement, and it is a day where we demand accountability for the government, for the lives lost, for the people killed, and people who have been abducted as a result of insecurity in Nigeria. We have data, we have infographics that show the trends, that analyze the trends that have occurred in terms of insecurity in Nigeria 2025, from 2019 up until date. So you can go to www.massachusetts.org, access our full data sets. You can reach out to us. We have a drive where we share infographics that you can always reshare. So Wear black, observe a moment of silence, amplify the data, speak out, hold your government accountable. It might be somebody else today, it can be you tomorrow. We like to say God forbid in Nigeria, but we've seen that God forbid is not an advocacy tool. It's not an advocacy strategy, and there's no accountability there. So please, this is a call to all of us. Let us all take action. Let us all demand accountability, and let us all remember that the security and welfare is the primary responsibility of the government. So now we are closing this event, and we'll close this with our closing remarks from our Executive Director, Ms. Abiodun Bayu. Abby, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can see and hear you clearly. So, Ma, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Noya. Excellent job, excellent summary. And thank you for holding this down and putting it together. Let me start by thanking everyone in the room, especially the co-chairs of the Committee of Practice Against Mass Atrocities, my brother Ken, my sister Ie. Thank you so much for the very hard work that you put into highlighting atrocities across Nigeria. To everyone in the room as well, and I'm not able to mention everybody. Dr. Inya, to my very good friend, Mrs. Lagi, Odilagi, thank you as well for, the passion which you have sustained over time. To the staff at Global Rights who every day deal with the numbers, and not just in dealing with the numbers, dealing with the number of people that have to die, dealing with the facts, the data, working to strategize. And when I say the staff of Global Rights, I don't mean just the current crop of staff. I mean the iterations of staff since 1918 when we started this work on mass atrocities with the killings in Plateau and in Benue states. We've come a long road. And if you've noticed, I've been online since we started, but I've been silent. I've been quiet because it's time for me to stop and listen again. It doesn't feel like we're making any progress. We haven't made progress. Every year since 2018, we've come out in black. We've protested, we've marched the streets, we've written letters, we've written petitions, we've reached out to religious leaders, be at the forefront of this. We've reached out to the media, we've reached out to influencers. Let me say, for Nigerians who seek money to highlight the plights of Nigerians, it's almost your turn. Sorry, very plain. When you will have to pay for the ransom of a neighbor or of a sibling, or have to stand in front of a camera and beg for people to pay for your own ransom. Or the communities that you grew up in are completely decimated. Shakira community in Niger State is a community that I worked in, working on gold mining related lead poisoning. Shakira doesn't exist anymore. There is no Shakira in Niger State. Niger State is next door to Abuja. Let that sink in. The army came out a few days ago and said, oh, there is no terrorist base in Oyo State. You will recall 2 years ago when the bombing in Oyo State occurred and they said, oh, it was mine explosives that were being kept. Every year, Nigeria loses hundreds of military men. 1/5 of the number of people who die from mass atrocities every year are security personnel. Yes, mass atrocities occur, extrajudicial killings also occur, but we're also losing our servicemen. We have also inverted the use of the armed forces who should deal with external aggression to deal with internal aggression, and have turned the police into sitting dogs. We do not fund the media. We're allowing the missing and the dead to go unaccounted for. As citizens, we've asked ourselves time and again, what do we do next? I'm asking myself time and again, What next do we need to do? Funding this project, funding mass atrocities where there are no funds. And it's very hard for people to believe there are really no funds for us to do this, and we're doing this out of reserves, is difficult. Nigerians are not taking their own flight as seriously as we should. The World Bank estimates, by the way, that Nigeria has the lowest life expectancy in the world. 54.4 years, 54.5 years old is what the average Nigerian will live to be. That means if you're in that room and you are above 50, you are 55 and above, you are exceptional. You are living way above the life expectancy of what a Nigerian should be. But then the World Bank also tells us that Nigerians only live up to 30%. The best of Nigerians with education and everything will only live up to 30% of their full potential as human beings. We have the highest maternal mortality in the world. We have the highest infant mortality in the world of children under the age of 5 who die needlessly. I haven't even gotten to the atrocities, those who die from violence. Our doctors have all jackpot. Not so much by the way people think it's all because they will earn more abroad. But in speaking to a lot of people, in trying to understand why Nigerians are migrating, a recurring theme is people no longer feel safe in Nigeria and they cannot trust government to keep them safe. We go back again to our constitution, which says that any government, and let me paraphrase and allow me to paraphrase because it hurts. Any government that does not ensure the welfare and the protection of the people is illegitimate, because that is the primary duty of government. The next verse after it, the next subsection after it says that citizens should be able to participate in their own governance. And if we're not participating in our own governance, we are failing. And the question is, what can we do differently? These are questions we will continue to ask ourselves. It's my hope that we will take this beyond just a policy meeting today. We said that the National Day of Mourning, that we will observe a full month because it's been so bloody this year. The worst numbers are always in June, but this year, by March, we had more than 1,000 people dead in a single month. Sudan is at war. It's not that bad there yet. Iran, Afghanistan, Israel on Palestine, the Gaza conflict. None of them is churning out as many dead people as Nigeria is on a daily basis. We must hand over a country that works to our children. The job of finding a way out to do this is up to us. My daughter dreams of becoming a minister in Nigeria someday. I worry. I worry that, what do we hand her? I don't know what your children's dreams are. I don't know what your dreams were before this crisis or in this crisis, because it seems all we deal with is this crisis. Our politicians are deaf, they are dumb, they are blind. All they want are the votes. They don't care if they have to thumbprint dead people, which they've done a number of times, over graves. How do we hold them accountable as we go into elections? It's up to us. We have one another and we have God. We have hope, and that's the only thing I can sell. And I'm sorry if I don't sound very hopeful right now. But let us pledge within ourselves, every single one of us, that my little drop will add to the mighty water that will bring change to Nigeria. Your voice counts. If every single person who thinks my own voice doesn't matter will add up their voice to every little other voice, what a mighty thunder we will make in Nigeria. On your social media platforms, you also know people who are influential on social media, who are influential in your communities. Talk to them about the National Day of Mourning. You hear about the killings every day. We have an observatory at Global Rights for Nigeria Mourns. Feed us with the numbers so that we're able to verify. Feed us with the details of the atrocities. We will not just take the numbers, we'll also make reports and be able to reach the security agents to ask them why they're not being accountable for these killings. We're taking our work a notch higher. By the way, they will share on the screen and everywhere else with you massatrocities.org, which is the website we've created to keep a tab on these atrocities. Send details. Mohammed is there. He's been doing this work for a number of years. Send him details. Get his email address. Send those details to us at Global Rights. Nigeria must not end in our days. And I worry for Nigeria ending because if Shikira, a community I worked in, does not exist anymore, and that was a planned, calculated decimation of a community, how much more Borno, Plateau, Benue, Niger, Kaduna, the states that are facing massive onslaughts right now, and Niger State itself? It's up to us. May we not fail. Thank you again for making the time to join the conversation today. I want to thank the team. I deliberately stepped back and allowed us to be able to watch them lead, because we must also have replacements for ourselves. If we're tired, we need replacements for our own selves. We must also not think that we have the wisdom and the strength to handle this, continuously be in the lead. We must also allow the younger people to speak and to lead. So I thank the team, Noya, AJ, Mohammed, Bumi, Yinka, Winifred, Bash, I saw you at the back over there, Victor, Jason. Thank you, everyone. God bless you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. I think that brings us to the end of this dialogue. I hope it was as insightful for you as it was for me. Please ensure you have signed everything. Everybody's supposed to sign at least 2 forms. So please check that you've signed those. And on your way out, please grab a ticket from the registration desk so we can make our way to the restaurant for lunch. Enjoy the rest of your day, everyone. Thank you.
Mass atrocities have become a worrying and constantly evolving reality in Nigeria. While many Nigerians have grown accustomed to daily reports of pillaged communities and violent attacks, the human cost of insecurity continues to rise. For thousands of families, violence has become a daily reality in 2025. In that single year, Nigerian Mourns documented at least 6,518 people killed, 3,033 people abducted, and 1,078 recorded mass atrocity incidents. Once again, the northern part of the country emerged as the epicenter of violence. Killings and abductions by zone. Violence spread across the country, but states were hit hardest. While banditry and insurgency remained the major drivers of violence, Nigeria faced a wild range of deadly attacks in 2025, alongside reprisal attacks, communal clashes, extrajudicial killings, and other forms of violence. In what has become a consistent and disturbing pattern, civilians were the primary victims. 9 out of 10 victims whose details were captured were men, but women and children were also killed, and poor data continues to hide the full scale of their suffering. These are not just statistics, they represent families torn apart, communities destroyed, and futures cut short. Poor documentation and limited information continues to weaken the protection efforts and shape inadequate responses to mass atrocities in Nigeria. Nigerian months document these realities so that lives lost are not forgotten and accountability can no longer be.